Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrat.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good that I think my daddy actually is.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a long stream. I see you in the comments. Yeah, it's probably going to be a long stream. We'll see. Sometimes Trump can be so entertaining that it's easier to get through. But apparently, so here's what I know. I know that just got done reading. No, so if you're not in the Discord, you probably don't know. I went to the eye doctor. Because of my disease, I'm like at risk of retinal detachment. So basically they looked at my right eye and they were like, hey man, you have to reduce eye strain. And part of that means you got to stop wearing contacts. Or I'm going to like go blind in my right eye. So I ordered some glasses. I got some glasses specifically for stream and then some like transitions and stuff for out in the world. But here in like a week, I'll get a new pair of glasses that have like anti-glare and stuff and, slight blue light. The blue light probably doesn't do anything. I'm doing it just to be safe. But yeah, I can't wear contacts anymore. I'm not a candidate for LASIK or anything either, so don't start a GoFundMe. But yeah. So yeah, this is probably gonna be a long get the nerd glasses that turn into sunglasses. That's what transitions are. I have a pair of those for out in the world, and then out, in for stream, I have like anti-glare stuff and blue light filter stuff. But mostly it's just not wearing contacts. I have to stop wearing contacts. But yeah, this is probably gonna be a long stream. Well, hi guys, excited to be back. There's only 5 likes, 15 viewers. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. If you want to watch me be toxic or hear my shower thoughts, follow the Twitter. If you want to support the channel, only $3.99. You get some cool emotes and some badges. But I would suggest the better thing is a super chat, because super chats always get answered. I always answer super chats, no matter how big or how small. Unless I get much larger, then maybe I'll have to like put a limit. But for now, I'm always answering every super chat. It's better bang for your buck. Of course, if you don't want to do any of that, you can just click the donation links to Streamlabs, and you can just give me money directly. But there's that as well. And yeah, follow the Discord to be a part of the community. Tomorrow is my last day. Your membership didn't renew? Oops. Oopsie. Whoopsie. I don't know, do it again. But you probably had a gifted membership, Shrek guys. You probably had a membership from like Rudy or something. So it won't auto renew if somebody gives you a membership. It'll only auto renew if you bought a membership. But maybe you did. I don't know. That being said, I will be, tomorrow is the last day I'm picking my kid up from school. Well then yeah, what the fuck, YouTube? I thought it was supposed to renew. They're supposed to renew, but maybe you guys had gifted memberships. I don't know. Or maybe YouTube's just not working quite right. Oh, well then YouTube's being YouTube. But tomorrow's the last day I'm picking up Gavin from school. So following next week, you probably see a lot more of me. It probably won't be like a 2-3 times a week thing. It might probably much more likely 3 or 4 times a week. And I might play some video games again on stream. Just kind of chill and chit chat and do AMAs and game like one little action going here. All right, that ought to work. That's better. Sorry about that, boys. New headphones, different shiny colors, makes different things happen. I dropped a link in Discord explaining why it's not State of the Union. Yeah, I got distracted trying to fix the camera. Like, why the fuck is it not, like, I don't understand this. Like, State of the Union's not a it's a congressional address. And everyone's like, hey, you dumb fuck, it's not a State of the Union. Trump calls it a State of the Union. It was a fucking thing that Thomas Jefferson started. Oh my God. So it's not a State of the Union because the date is different, because he was busy getting shit done. Shut the fuck up. I'm so fucking this is more, no, Thomas Jefferson did the first addresses to Congress. FDR popularized them and made them like a constant yearly tradition. But Thomas Jefferson started the congressional address to the State of the Union. Thomas Jefferson was really fucking cool. My favorite thing about Thomas Jefferson, of all the things to like about Thomas Jefferson, as as a fellow white man that loves the ebony goddesses, my Nubian princesses, the second favorite thing about Thomas Jefferson, is that he would wear his robe at Monticello and host foreign dignitaries, and they'd come over and he'd be in his bathrobe and they'd be like, "Oh, Mr. President," and he'd be like, "Yeah, we don't have a king. There's no royalty here. I'm in my bathrobe. What do you want?" He would work out trade deals and shit from dignitaries that would come over to America in his bathrobe, just to really heighten the fact that yeah, fuck you and fuck your king. That's not how we roll over here. And I just love that about that. Thomas Jefferson tried to get rid of his slaves multiple times. He couldn't because he was in a bunch of debt. Couldn't just like they were property. Do I have stickler syndrome? Are you saying like because I'm a stickler for the rules or something? No, I have a connective tissue disorder that is presents with signs and symptoms of Marfan's and Danslow's, but it's too rare to have a name because I'm missing some of the genetic markers, but I have a lot of similar symptoms. So basically I have an unnamed disease that nobody has discovered yet. And so they just go connective tissue disorder because that's like what the symptoms look like. That's what my rheumatologist calls it. It's probably like some offshoot of Marfan's, to be honest. My favorite founding father? Yeah, it's definitely Thomas Jefferson. TJ is my favorite. Let me switch this to fucking live chat. Also, apparently fucking while I was away and, you know, getting shit done and have my kids for the weekends, Benjamin Franklin's cool, but he's not my favorite. I have some reasons to dislike all of them, but I'll leave it at that. Apparently fucking the Trump team tried to get fucking Andrew Tate in fucking America, and now Florida's going after Andrew Tate. Okay, look. I'm going to show a video because this is probably going to drive away people. So Andrew Tate's chilling in Florida, and now like the DeSantis fucking government is like issuing court documents to go after him, and it's kind of like it's kind of bullshit because it's like an open-ended thing that allows them to look into like subpoena kind of any records. But I'm going to show a video, right? Because I've been one of the few people on the right for a long time that has been like, why the fuck are you idiots listening to Andrew Tate? He's a disgusting monster. I've yet to find a video that was edited properly. So I have the video. I found, you know, a lefty on Twitter that has the video, and the video is edited appropriately. So we're really going to fuck up everybody's brain here for a minute, because I feel like as much as I don't want to watch this and I don't want to talk about this, the amount of people that are supporting Andrew Tate is a fucking problem. Now, so we're going to watch it. It's blurred out. Okay, so most of the bad things that are occurring in this video are blurred out. Nevertheless, this is why you shouldn't be supporting Andrew Tate. Okay, now the video in question that we're about to discuss has been that Tate's claim and the girl's claim, now that she's much older, Vivian, is that that this was kink, and this was just a dom and like a sub relationship. Okay, this is just a dom and a sub. But what you need to understand first and foremost is that the girl in question, plenty of data has been verified that she was born September 1997. We don't know the exact date of the video, but we know that that the video is taken, she was either 14 or 15 years old. She was somewhere around the line between 14 or 15 years old in Romania. We know for a fact that she was doing sex cam work at 17, which is illegal in Romania. But, you know, Tate's innocent because the Romanian corrupt government has problems fucking getting shit done. And, you know, it's all the Matrix. Fuck out of here. At the very minimum, I'm going to show you many people's conservative hero. Okay, this is their conservative hero, you know, that like really, really understands the relationship between men and women and how society ought to operate. All right, so this is Tate with either 14 or 15-year-old Vivian. I've seen the actual video, but obviously on stream I'm not going to show that. So here you go.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not again. You understand me? Do you understand me? Say it then. Say I understand. Say it like you Say it again. Say I understand.
All right, so that's the first part. That's the first video. Okay. Mind you, that's a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Okay. That's also a girl that was, when at her peak, was making 40 grand and he was letting her keep 2 grand a month. Yeah. I'm not showing the real video on YouTube because it would be child pornography, and it would be, oh God, what's the term? Oh God, it was for like forced porn stuff. I can't think of the name. Fucking, and it's supposedly CNC here. Yeah, she's naked in the video. Well, no, she has a bra on. All right, so here you go. Now understand, this is a child. This is Vivian. People have been talking about this for fucking years, and every now and these little right-wing fucking red pill people come out of the woodwork to be like, no, there's nothing bad going on here. It's not revenge porn. I'm talking about it's not gore. There's a specific term for like legal TOS things when it's grape.
Show everyone how pretty you are. Get on your knees and show everyone how pretty you are. Look at the camera. Show everyone how pretty you are. Show the camera your tattoo. What does it say?
Smut, thank you.
Why does it say tape?
Because I'm his whore.
You are my whore.
Yes.
Get my pimp stick. Which you're gonna kiss.
This is your conservative icon, boys.
Why's your ass got a bruise on it?
Because my daddy hits me.
He hits you?
Yes.
Why would he hit you?
Because I'm his whore and he does as he wants.
Listen. Go tell the camera that I beat you and you don't do as I say. Go say it in English, proper English, no Slovak bull. Say it to the camera.
He beats me when I don't listen.
That's not what I said say, is it? I said I said tell the camera I beat you when you don't do as I say. I didn't say the word listen. Did I say the word listen? Did I say the word listen? Stupid bitch. I didn't say the word listen. Did I say listen? Did I say listen?
No.
Look at the camera. Did I say listen?
No.
Did I say listen to you? Did I say it?
No.
Did I say it? Look at the camera. This is what happens, you don't listen. Look at the camera. Why are you getting...
Bro, we've had a lot of good conversations, Grid 1 Motorsports. If you think this is what libertarian is, like genuinely in your heart of hearts, like fuck off. You know that's not what libertarianism is. You know that Tate isn't some fucking libertarian icon because he fucking sex traffics girls and beats the shit out of them. Like, the very fundamental concept of the non-aggression principle isn't taking children to other countries.
Getting hit? Why are you getting beaten? You don't listen. You. Do as I say.
What are you moaning about, woman? Bruises, why? Why? Beaten with what?
This one, I don't fucking know. Like the Vivian one's important. These, who nobody knows what the age of these people are or how dumb they are. Yeah, there's definitely like victims in some mindset, you know what I mean? But like this is much more of a gray area. But the underage girl that he's just severely abusing and saying, "Oh, no, that was just kink. That was just, master, dom sub BDSM relationship. Everything there is all good and above board." And then he parades this girl around because, now she's, old enough to do what she wants and has been groomed since she was a fucking 14-year-old to be his bottom bitch. So of course now she's in support. So there's nothing wrong. And this thread has him, bragging about fucking 16-year-olds and things like that. But I think most people are aware of, that aspect of Tate. I mean, Andrew Tate recently just did a fucking video where he was saying that, of course, Epstein Island happened. Epstein's Island is what happens when you don't let, when you don't let powerful and rich men have multiple women in harems, and when you force them to be in a monogamous relationship, then of course they go to islands and, and they get trafficked, deal with traffic girls and things like that. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure that's what you think. That's what you would do. A 14-year-old is highly unlikely to be able to engage in this type of relationship. It would be to be engaged in any sexual relationship with a man, much less this relationship, right? Like the age of consent thing is this weird shtick that people use to attack libertarians, because some, libertarians are like dumb, and like can't talk about a reality, which is a kind of dangerous reality to talk about, which is that every person matures differently. Some people are never fucking mature, and some people are basically the same as your average 18-year-old at 15 or 16 years old. When we're talking about what is clearly a coercive relationship, where they're shipped off to other countries, where they're, their passports are in his possession, where they're working for him and he's beating them and he's controlling them and he's taking overwhelmingly almost all of the money that they're making for him and becoming extremely rich while cheating on them and using them. And, he's in some of his classes talking about how, he used Vivian and would have sex with her with other women, as a means to get more women comfortable, before they slowly introduce them to his degenerate lifestyle. We're talking about layers and layers and layers of coercion and manipulation. So that's obviously going to be a NAP violation no matter what. If we're talking about parents agreeing with some 19-year-old and a 16-year-old should be able to get married and the parents are involved, that's a very, very different situation. And what age of consent looks like is going to be different in that. The way that I view age of consent personally, right, the way that I see it is that the prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed until you're roughly 25. And so there is some layer of inability to fully understand all of those metrics. That's about the best objective metric you could use if you wanted to pick an age. I don't think age is the actual right way to do it. I think any culture or society is going to have to pick an age for, ease of common law. But what I think you should do is you should have guardians, and then eventually your guardians will be able to decide whether or not they believe that you're ready to be considered an adult. And if you feel that you're ready to be considered an adult and your guardians are, move my diffuser, you don't like my diffuser disappearing? How about please, Mark? You know what I mean? Like ask. Jesus. Go clean your room, Mark. I don't know if it's dirty or not, but yeah, so I think sorry, let me get back into what I was saying. I think the appropriate way to understand it is that your culture, your society is going to, fuck off. Fuck you, Mark. You little bitch. You little fucker. I think the right way to look at it is this: is that your society, your culture, whatever common law situation. Don't make me pull a speed. When you show up because I flicked you off. I have a reason for flicking you off. It's because you're in my stream, distracting me, giving me orders, and then calling me unprofessional. So what I would say is, wherever you are, there's going to be some form of age of consent, whether that's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Right? Or some gradient in terms of what they allow, or don't allow, etc. And so what you have to understand is that because that maturity changes and because children need guardians appointed to them in order to make certain decisions, then there is going to be some conflict at some point. If a child believes that they're mature enough for a relationship or mature enough to go out and rent property and leave their parents, and the parents don't, right? And so when that conflict occurs, that's when you need to have an objective measure. There is an objective answer, right? Which is the child, or is the person that wants to be seen as an adult, are they capable of being a rational moral actor? Are they capable of understanding the consequences of their decisions and making moral decisions based off of them, with a brain that can understand the consequences of their actions? Are they capable of, operational thinking? Are they capable of, dealing with hypotheticals, things of that nature? And so IQ is going to play a role in that. Maturity is going to play a role in that. And so the only real right way or the best way, apart from having a supercomputer, is that when that conflict occurs where the guardians and the child and or adult in question, wants to be emancipated, when that conflict occurs, we need to find a free market solution, the cheapest, quickest, easiest means by which of determining, who's right in this case, and then who has the right to go out into the world and, without those guardians having say over their response, over their contracts, if you will. But yeah, this situation is so far beyond the pale. Right. And like utilizing this concept of, 1 in a million 15-year-olds might be of that adult status. First of all, I don't think Andrew Tate's picking the fucking 1 in a million smart, intelligent and wise people to sex traffic. And 2, there's just overwhelming evidence of coercion and manipulation and lying, that there is just no way that you can make a reasonable argument to say that this is somehow kosher. Like, he's an evil fucker who preaches evil things and has a grip on so many young men that I think he's losing. I think a lot of his popularity has gone away. I think he's more a meme for the media than he is actually popular. But he's still orders of magnitude more popular, with a bigger audience than I have. So I want to say this. Ron DeSantis, Florida, don't do anything, that is, goes out to the bounds of the Constitution. But kudos for somebody for stepping up and doing what they can to get rid of this fucker. I don't want this fucker anywhere near government. Apparently he calls, he has phone conversations with Barron Trump. I don't want him anywhere near the presidency. I don't want his influence to grow in any way, shape, or form. He is an evil piece of shit, LARPing as a conservative, who LARPed for a while as a Muslim. He's a grifter, a snake who will do whatever he can to abuse people and to use people for his own ego and for his own wealth. He is one of the scummiest people you can see. I hate him. I don't understand why he's so popular. I kind of get it, but I hate it. And so I just wanted to point that out. Because that's something that was big that happened, while I was away in the space, that I had to be like, we got to talk about this. Don't worry, I'm not going to show any more fucked up videos like that. I was just talking about how horrible Andrew Tate was. But speaking of utter psychopaths that have come into the public space as of lately, did you guys see this? Hold on, let me oh fuck. I fucked up my buttons. I meant to pause my music and hit a different button. Did you guys see that fucking Casey Anthony has made a return? That Casey Anthony is trying to fucking come back into like the public space?
We're sweat to death. Okay.
Remember, guys, the eyes never lie.
Today is Saturday, March 1st, 2025.
Who's this? This is Casey Anthony, okay? This is a super, super famous case from like 2008, 2007, where the details are murky because there wasn't a lot of physical evidence, okay? But basically, either worst case scenario, she duct taped her child in a trunk at one point, put stickers on her face, and, killed her because she wanted to go out and party, her little baby girl, and then buried her in the backyard to cover it up. At best case scenario, someone else that was supposed to be watching the child, the father, the retired father, if I remember correctly. World's Best Mom 07. All right. Let the baby die because she like drowned in the pool or some shit. And then they all covered it up. And there's like the entire family are fucking creepy, weird. Like she lied about having a job that she never had. Like police couldn't, like she was like, yeah, I worked at Disneyland. And then like she just never did. And they were like, why are you making up bullshit? Like this wasn't even important for the story. Like she was just a pathological liar with a family of like weird, potentially sexually abusive towards her, or the girl. Like just the whole, like the father was super weird. The mom was super weird. Like everyone involved was just, every level of them was sketchy. It was obvious that at best case scenario, negligent homicide. Worst case scenario, she murdered her little baby girl so that she could go party. Cause that's what she was doing. She was just like out partying with frat boys and doing drugs and shit. And then she got off. Right? Then she got found not guilty on all charges and like moved to South America or some shit and disappeared. But now she's decided that she wants to be a public figure again.
This is my first of probably many recordings on a series that I'm starting. I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011. And in this capacity, I feel that it's necessary.
I'm not going to watch this whole video, even though it's only 3 minutes and 26 seconds long. The reason I'm going to say that is because you will gain no more information from the following 3 minutes than in the first 30 seconds. Hold on, there is one part I want to point out.
I'm going to continue to operate appropriately as a legal.
She basically says nothing. She's just like, I'm making stuff.
Advocate that I start to advocate for myself. And also,
she doesn't say what she's advocating for herself. She brings up LGBT issues like once, but like she literally doesn't say what she's doing.
Advocate for my daughter. For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. My parents were George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response to anything that they have said or done. That's not to say that I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
This seems like an apology letter that like a PR firm wrote, but I'm willing to believe it's all her, that this is her script because she's fucking crazy.
Help give a voice to people, to give people tools and resources that they can utilize so they actually know where they can turn to. So with that, please join me on some.
What does that mean, bitch? Like there are websites, there's like 1 billion USAID funded fucking organizations with websites that give them tools and resources. What are you talking about?
If you have questions, I will set up an email address where we can correspond directly. Up until this point, that has never happened. And it's only going to be on a limited basis regarding legal issues, legal matters. One of the main reasons that I'm doing this, there are people close to me who have been targeted and attacked recently. There are also people close to me who have had some recent things occur. And when necessary, people needed to step up, myself included. So
some things happened.
As a proponent for the.
You found the intro to her podcast? Fuck it. I'm clicking it. I'm clicking this.
Allow me.
That's funny.
For our legal community. Women's rights.
I'm not clicking any more of that because this stream will be taken down for copyright infringement like almost immediately.
Rights. I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008. With that,
the curse, bitch, you got away scot-free. What are you talking about?
They're not going to be perfect. They're not going to be edited. Most of the time, they're not going to be short. But I am proverbially
Also, why does she have her blinker on? It makes it even creepier. Do you hear that? Like her blinker is on for no fucking reason.
Not going to be short. But I am proverbially standing in the light, embracing this piece, still going to keep my privacy intact, so you will get very comfortable with my car.
when a large part of your case was the evidence that the prosecution put forward was the assumption that you locked your baby in the trunk of your car and even put a little, and like they kept harping on like the little sticker she put on her cheek when she did it. Maybe don't say you guys are going to get really comfortable with the inside of my car. That is a wild fucking thing to say.
Get very comfortable with my car, and I will explain in great detail why it's so important for people to protect their privacy. It's not just important to public figures, it's even more important to private individuals. And with the current climate in our country especially, it's that much more important, which is why I am.
Yeah, no, I feel like you have an interesting kind of, take on privacy, what with everyone thinking that you deserve to be hanged.
Utilizing the Substack platform. Yes, I am advertising this and publishing this on TikTok, possibly also through other meta platforms, but my intention is.
Of course, Mark, like I mentioned it to Mark, and Mark was like, no, you got details wrong. And I was like, yeah, of course Mark remembers a fucking 15-year-old case and remembers all of the fucking details about it. God, I miss serial killer night sometimes. Only sometimes.
To separate from that and showcase even more why Substack is such an important resource for people to utilize moving forward. Anyway, I appreciate your time, and we'll see how this goes.
Creepiest Substack ad ever in the history of mankind, boys. All right, so that's fucking. Those are the psychos that are popular when they shouldn't be. And speaking of psychos that might be popular when they shouldn't be, we'll see. Let's watch Trump's addresses Congress, because it's not a State of the Union, because State of the Union only happens between this specific time, and because Trump was busy doing other shit, it's not a State of the Union, but he called it a State of the Union. But if you call it a State of the Union, then lefties come out of the woodwork to call you an idiot because it's not really a State of the Union. That just goes to show that you don't know anything, which it's really just them parroting fucking ABC and MSNBC and AP and all these other people, which, by the way, the Associated Press, another hilarious thing, suing the Trump administration because he refuses to give them press credentials until they start calling it the Gulf of America, which is the most petty shit I've ever heard. But it's kind of funny. Like it's so dumb and just like a waste of time and energy as far as I'm concerned. But at the same time, I do love watching the AP get put in place. Like, no, you'll call it the Gulf of America. You're an American publication. You're not getting any fucking press credentials till you do. All right, so what I know about this so far is I saw like some little boy became like an honorary Secret Service agent. I don't get that. It sounds like some fluff bullshit. I'll probably make fun of it when it happens. I know that he said at one point that, like, was it USAID or some other, thing that Doge had found was $8 million for studies on trans mice. And then a whole bunch of lefties came out and was like, it's not $8 million. It's $3 million or $2 billion because the other, $4 billion or $6 billion actually went to transgenic modification, where we were, testing shit like on mice, and we were changing their cells, and you don't know the difference between transgenic and transgender. So it's only as quarter of that of the amount of taxes that are being spent on trans mice, you dummy. I know that, which is a hilarious fucking cope. And I think that's like, and I know some people like walked out, and like people were like, I remember, whatever her name is, the highly educated, most qualified member of Congress, the black female, who, by the way, is hot as fuck, like a fucking 10, but she can't stop acting fucking ratchet, and like doing dumb ratchet shit, and then being like, oh, you're just racist, and that's because I'm black. And it's like, no, it's because you're fucking doing TikTok dances to fucking rap beef songs in the White House, and like calling and just lying about random shit. And then, yeah, Jasmine. And then Al Green got kicked out at some point. And then I saw, every lefty and like Dev, Sleepy Dev which is Short Fat Otaku and stuff, being like, what about Lauren Boebert though? And it's like, when the fuck did two wrongs make a right? Dumbass shit like this. Whatever. Somebody had a membership renewal or something, but it doesn't show up in my viewer activity. Well, whoever you are, I appreciate it. $3.99, guys. You can become a member, help support the channel, and super chats always get answered. So, you know, and if you want to donate and you don't want to donate through YouTube, you can just click the links that pop up in chat. There are StreamYard links. They should be in the video description as well. Let me know if they're not. But let's get this party started.
Six weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America.
Proclaim the golden age of America. Sure thing, buddy.
From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country.
Brother, you have done very little thus far except have tariffs and piss off a bunch of people. Like, I mean, like, sure, are there good, like, is he going to be an effective administration? Time will only tell. I think he'll be far more effective than he was in his first administration. But acting like he's made these giant successes because he's undone some terrible Biden policies with some executive orders, and because he created an entirely new, IRS, the external revenue service for all the fucking tariffs he's going to do. Like, calm down with fucking patting yourself on the back. We did Doge, and basically what we did is we found fraud, waste, and abuse, but like 90% of what we found was already reported on, but no one was doing anything about it because government's inefficient, and stupid. And it's like, yeah, sure. I'm glad Elon Musk is there to tell you to cut the things that should have been cut 20 years ago. But you're probably about to sign into law a big omnibus spending bill that raises the debt limit. What the fuck? Like, don't. I'm not patting Trump on the back for his fucking economic efficiency and saving the taxpayers' money when every single time that he's been in office, well, the last time he was in office and every time we've had a Republican in office, they've increased the fucking debt just as much as the fucking Democrats, and they just signed in a bill that would allow them to increase the debt. So, this is a wait and see approach. This is definitely a wait and see approach. Like, I'm not patting you on the back because you've found a bunch of fraud, waste, and abuse that any libertarian or anyone with a brain already knew was there.
We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4.
No, like, fuck that. Stop. No, I don't want any goddamn fucking dividends or money from cuts going out. Like, fucking, if you have money that you saved, either pay off the debt or just fucking don't take in more taxes or do a tax cut. Just stop taking money. And if there's debt that needs to be paid off, then pay off the fucking debt with that money that you saved. If you can find fraud, waste, and abuse, then just fucking pay off debt, because just pumping more money into the fucking economy is going to piss me the fuck off, because all you're going to do is cause more inflation and cause more debt. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think he's going to get rid of many of those things. But again, I'm not patting someone on the back for things they hope to achieve, supposedly.
4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
I mean, we'll see if he just keeps the money printer going burr. Like, Elon Musk had floated the concept of, like, paying people out and with the money that they saved instead of, paying off the debt or, moving the money around like they should. And the Republicans just passed a massive spending increase.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, Our spirit is back. Our pride is back.
I do love though that we lost 1/3 of the people here the moment I wasn't like fucking Trump, woo, Trump, 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 Trump. And I was like, no, fuck you. Like fucking when I see the results, I'll be happy. Right? I do love that we went from 27 down to 15 viewers within a span of 1 minute. Oh, appreciate the membership. It came through late as hell. I saw it as a new member long before it popped up in chat.
Our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
The American dream surging bigger and better than ever before is, oh shit, appreciate the gifted subs. Holy fuck. I mean, there are right-wing populists that are happy, but we're just getting started. Let's see if he accomplishes the things he hopes to accomplish. But this idea that the American dream is surging, it's just positive bullshit. It's just a spin. I'm sorry I'm not more enthusiastic about the 10 gifted subs. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to be fucking fired up tonight. I know I am. Hello from Taiwan. Are you in Taiwan right now? On business trip? Hell yeah, brother. Taiwan, Taiwan needs their freedom, for sure. Oh, I appreciate it nevertheless.
The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it.
I mean, we'll see, but the stock investors don't seem to be too happy about these tariff situations. But I'm sure we'll get into tariffs more and stuff like that in the future. Listen, tariffs are fucking evil and stupid, but it does seem to be like he is using them as a negotiating tactic. And the left loves to keep saying that, all of a sudden the left understands why taxes are bad and how taxing companies and corporations and imports and things like that. Here's a W for Ruby W. Yeah, for sure, guys, for sure. I appreciate it. But I'm just in the zone of being pissed. They love to talk about how tariffs are bad, and tariffs are fucking bad. I am against tariffs. But it's just funny how the left all of a sudden understands how trickle-down economics works. How trickle-down economics was all a lie and it never made sense. But with tariffs, all of a sudden, trickle-down economics makes sense. It's not they understand that it's not the consumer that pays the tariff. It's the fucking person that is importing the materials or importing the goods that then goes through a long line of middlemen and distribution and stores, and that those costs then go down to the consumer. Magically, they understand how trickle-down economics works when it's Trump's tariffs. And it does seem to be we saw that Keir Starmer and him had spoken and that they look like they were going to negotiate a trade deal. We've had some levels of tariffs that other countries have put on us and we never fucking responded to them. We just let them fucking tariff us. And so we've been in a trade war with multiple nations and nobody has done anything about it. And I do appreciate that Trump is no, fuck you, let's do something about it. And at the same time, we saw Javier Milei and Brazil just negotiated a free, they're in talks to negotiate a free trade agreement. So it seems to be that if you don't fucking tariff the United States and you don't fucking send them fraudulent goods, that Trump's willing to do free trade agreements with you. And if that's the strategy moving forward, that he's going to bully people into free trade, then while I can't support tariffs on the American people, I can't support additional taxation, it is a defensive measure that the state should be using if it's protecting us from other nations and we lose some of those capabilities. I mean, there is certainly a libertarian argument that you can engage in tariffs and trade wars if you are doing so to fight aggressors that have engaged in tariffs and trade wars as a means of getting us to free trade so that we can have, the laissez-faire market that we all need and deserve. So again, a lot of these things, it's I don't like the fluff. I want to hold Trump, and I want us all to hold Trump and in people's feet to the fire. But at the same time, I don't want to be dumb lefties that are just out here being like blah, 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 with TDS and Elon derangement syndrome. And again, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I don't know if anybody in chat specifically got one, but I appreciate it very, very much. And also hello from America. Hello, Taiwan. Fucking fight those Chinese Chi-Com bastards with every fucking breath that you have.
The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades.
Mandates are bullshit. Democracy's
we won
bullshit.
all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
I hate this little rat fuck. Out of the 3 of them, though, I'm not gonna lie. I've grown to like JD Vance more, even though he scares me a little bit. I've grown to like him a little more than I like Trump, and obviously Mike Johnson can go fuck himself. But according to Hassan, if I don't like someone, I should just advocate that we kill that person. And Twitch is at least I know I can go to Twitch if I just say that we should kill senators, because like Twitch is all on board with that concept. Apparently, those are the new rules of the game. I might get a 1-day ban.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Wait, hold on. I didn't hear anything about this. Did fucking a bunch of Democrats try and boo him and get drowned out by USA? That is based as fuck. Would a bunch of people just be like, fuck you, you didn't win, and then they just get drowned out by USA? Why is this not what the media is talking about? Right off the bat, they're just getting fucking shut down by patriotism. I mean, like, I'm not a fucking fascist or a nationalist or any of the, like any of those blood and soil people, but like, that's fucking cool as fuck. Like, that's what we should be talking about. Yeah, because it would make Trump look good, of course, but like, fucking, it's like, that's what I'm doing now. Every time somebody's like, fucking, we need to protest, it's like, why? All you're going to do is get drowned out by USA again.
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
The Republican. He's so fucking... Dude, I read somewhere that that Donald Trump missed his calling by not being a drag queen show host. And, like, it's just true. It's like he's so sassy and so like he would have been the greatest, like RuPaul's Drag Race, but with like Donald Trump on it, like Republican. Yeah, we've got conservative trans in here. Where's Blair White at? So beautiful. Like he's so fucking sassy and it's so fucking funny. Dude, your dog is based, all right? Your dog loves America.
Time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
I'd like to see the poll and how it was conducted, but I mean, fucking fair enough. Not that I give a fuck what the general public thinks, under most circumstances, in terms of like their will to power in a democracy, like fuck all of that. But I mean, like, if you're going to make the claim that like the American dream and people have hope and then hope is here, and then you have a poll backing that up, that there's a 27-point swing that we're headed in the right direction. It's a pretty good argument. I'm not going to lie.
Likewise, small business
Oh yeah, for sure. Just say what you're gonna say. Like at this point.
optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members
Is this
are
Green?
directed to uphold and
Is this Green getting kicked out?
maintain decorum.
Okay, so the comparison here, right, is that like Lauren Boebert screaming out, during Biden's speech, or I don't remember what that other Republican was was it Obama when he like yelled out and he goes, "You lie," right, and then everyone was like, the both sides here, people are like, it was the Republicans do it just as much. Well, the Republicans, every example that they have, now that I'm like watching how the Democrats are acting in Congress, every example that they have from the past is like Republicans like yelling out one-liners and then sitting down. Like you have these people not shutting the fuck up, just like, like over and over and over again. Obviously, this is a substantive difference, and the comparison is just dumb.
In the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Then he gives him a warning. He basically says in the nicest way possible, dude, shut up. Like the president's speaking. And then they continue to fucking be rabble-rousing and, like raucous, whatever fucking other R word you want to use. Rethink, reuse, recycle, retarded, Yeah, no, the situations are clearly different. Like, I get why people on Twitter were like, dude, fuck this guy. Yeah, that was Rudy. Rudy gave out like 10 gifted memberships. So absolutely. Thank you, Rudy.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
Okay, so he still won't shut up, and he tells him to take his seat. Like, okay, yeah, and it's not even 5 minutes into the fucking address. Comparing this to like Lauren Boebert or like that Republican that screamed out "You lie" for like is silly. Like the dude can't shut up and can't behave.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Okay, look, this is really fucked up, and I probably shouldn't do this at all. And I want you to understand that I love black people, and that I'm not saying that just because this guy's black and he can't shut the fuck up, that it's because he's black. But all I can think of right now, because of my ADHD brain, is fucking this from... All I can think of is Birth of a Nation. I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this, but fuck it. It's moved and carried that all whites must salute Negro officers on the streets. How fucking dare they? So, for those of you that don't know, "Birth of a Nation" has been like taught in colleges and universities as one of the most racist, horrible examples of white supremacy ever. For this clip, which showed like what happens if black people get in power. They'll make interracial marriage legal, and they'll be drinking, and they'll lack decorum, and they'll fucking punish the white minority. And like, apart from the drinking, this is how Democrats are acting. I'm just saying. Not that I'm against interracial marriage or that I think black people are just inherently like this, but the leftists certainly are enacting "Birth of a Nation" right now. Like they're literally making their example of the most racist shit that they hate to their core because it's just an example of the worst thing ever, and they're just doing it. They can't fucking behave. They can't shut up. They can't stop screaming and interrupting. What the fuck, man? Like, don't make the stereotype true. What about white wine mom Kamala? Box of white wine zombie moms, as Family Guy calls them? Yeah, true. I don't think Nancy Pelosi's really drunk all the time. I think she's just that fucking old. Yeah, I just looked it up. She's 84 years old. She's just old and lost it. I do love that he's waving his cane around because it also historically reminds me of the caning of Charles Sumner. Little Civil War history there for you, buddies.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House.
You know, the Turner Diaries is wild. Yeah.
Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you.
I don't want to get that far away from a reaction.
Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
I feel like there's just going to be so much fluff tonight. And so, like, I don't know what to say to a lot of, like, I'm amazing. I'm going to say this. Whoever has, like, started doing Donald Trump's makeup, I feel like they have slowly transitioned into doing his makeup properly. Have you noticed that? Like, there have been so many instances where, like, his chin here was like a complete, like, in chin and face was like a completely different shade from his neck. And, like, slowly but surely they just kind of, like, changed it. I mean, it's still not quite good because he still has, like, those tanning bed eyes. And, like, you know, there's still a little bit, it's still a little wild. But I feel like someone that knows what they're doing is just, like, making micro adjustments to his makeup until eventually he stops looking god-awful. So whoever Trump's makeup artist is, kudos to you for not doing something drastic and then all of a sudden he looks crazy, but it just like making these slow changes to where he looks better. Either that or he's just been hanging out with RFK and RFK has just been like, if you're gonna eat out, then you need to stop going to McDonald's. Donald Trump, Shake Shack just started using beef tallows instead of seed oils. So we're, you know, good, better, best. We're gonna make you look youthful and vibrant again. You just take this little methylene blue in your Diet Coke and then make sure you go to the Shake Shack. Like, I mean, it's one of those two. Like, either he's like eating better and he's just healthier, or like his makeup person is like just doing a much better job. I think it's probably a little both.
In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month.
Look, man, we're not all fucking amazing impressionists, all right? Like, that's my best RFK impression. That's the best you get.
Of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and border patrol to repel.
Yeah, this is another thing where like look, something needed to be done, but the way that they're going about it is like there's no right answers here, and like I don't know, like it's hard to cut through the crap to see what he's really doing. It'll be interesting to see what he claims that he's doing, right? Because the real problem is we've got to get rid of all these state incentives. But like this celebration that I'm seeing from a bunch of people of like people getting deported, like to me is just, I don't know if it's going to backfire. We'll see, but I don't know. I don't like mass deportations. It's not the right way to handle this. I have videos and conversations and debates, on my, border stance as a hobby. And so like, I won't get into a diatribe now, but I'm not liking the way the Trump administration's doing it, but it's obviously better than what Biden administration was doing, which is essentially destroying our country on purpose for votes.
The invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
I mean, I don't doubt that, but also there's a little like warning bell going off in the back of my mind, which is that like I just don't trust government data. You know what I mean? So like maybe, probably, you know what I mean? Like I don't think he's really reined in those administrations anyways. So like I'm willing to believe that they would, that they wouldn't report numbers that were favorable to Trump anyways, but nevertheless. It's like you can only report the ones you find, and the ones that get accurately reported is all I'm saying.
Heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands.
Biden was a bad president. I don't know if he's the worst president in American history. Like, I get that he is like what sticks in our mind, but like, I don't know. Abraham Lincoln's pretty high up on that fucking list. FDR is pretty high up on that fucking list. Truman's pretty high up on that list. Like, he's got a lot of contenders for worst president in American history. Fucking Grant wasn't good either, but nobody really remembers Grant and like what he did. But like the way he oversaw, Reconstruction and shit was terrible.
Thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing.
I don't know why I didn't even include FDR in that list. I think I said Teddy Roosevelt, but nevertheless.
Nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stop.
Well, to be fair, you didn't find a cure for the greatest disease that would wipe out nations from history. Instead, you did Operation Warp Speed, and you helped keep the corporations and the medical corporations in power, and you facilitated the Democrats in what is arguably some of the worst loss of rights in American history, and certainly the largest transfer of wealth from the poor and the middle class to the wealthy in American history. You were a pussy when it came to COVID, and you still brag about the COVID vaccine. Vaccine we'll leave it at that with quotes around it.
Of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded, And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
That's what I'm talking about. Trump is so petty, and I love it.
So
I know this is weird, but I don't like Vance's suit jacket here. Like, see how both of their suit jackets don't seem to be tailored appropriately. Like his arms are too short, and his his jacket is a little bit too big in the midsection. That's why it still overlaps even when he's standing. That might be his posture, right? That might be a difference in posture because he looks a little hunched over. But like, he needs a slightly bigger jacket here. I don't know. Maybe I'm being nitpicky, but if you're going to be standing behind the president, like you should have a really well tailored suit here. And it seems to be like his pants fit tight and well. Maybe he's just gained a little bit of weight. That's why his pants are a little tight and his midsection is that way. But it might just be a difference in posture. It's hard to tell. It's going to distract me throughout the video, though.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
They're so petty. Vance is like, come on, stand up for this. Come on, let's work together. All right, guys. Look, I'm not going to beg you for money. I appreciate money. Remember, I will always answer super chats if you want to do it that way. I'm not going to beg you to follow the Twitter or to join the Discord, but I am going to beg you for likes. Will you like the stream? There's 35 of you watching. There's only 13 likes. All right, it means like only a third of you have liked the stream. Like it's quick, it's easy. It helps boost the algorithm, and if it boosts us in the algorithm, it might get some more people in chat for you to shit on. It should be fun.
Every day my administration is fighting to deliver the change.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid.
The constitutionality of this is a little sus. I mean, I like it. I love it. I don't give a fuck about the Constitution either, but like, I don't want it to become a habit. So when Democrats get in power, they do whatever they want because the courts accept it. But it is a little sus. Like how long he gets to freeze things, and why he gets to freeze things. Like we're going to have to see what the courts have to say about that. So like, I don't really know how long that will last.
I terminated.
It's not a fucking constitutional crisis, though. That's fucking stupid when it's a constitutional crisis because the fucking president decided to, stop the fucking money that's just pouring into people like George Soros's pockets.
The ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris climate.
Green New Scam is hilarious.
Ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health.
Yeah, no, the WEF, the fucking Paris Climate Accords, the Green New Deal, all of that is just it's just a means by which to make corporations money and maintain power with all these NGO organizations and bullshit. Like, if you actually gave a fuck about energy, you wouldn't be involved in any of that shit. Number one, first of all, like, nothing, like, whatever we do just puts a small dent in a large problem if we assume that it's predominantly man-made climate change, which I don't, but let's assume that we do. Like, what impact can we possibly have if we go as hardcore as we can? Well, all we're going to do is destroy progress, destroy innovation, which destroys technological growth, which could solve these problems, like carbon capture technology and things of that nature. And then what are we investing in? Wind and solar, things that kill birds and things that require fucking massive imports from China and fucking conflict minerals. Like, dude, just deregulate the massively overregulated nuclear industry and just build fucking nuclear facilities. Like, we are 50 years or more behind in just making our entire country completely non-dependent on oil, gas, or any of these other things where we could just export these things if we just use nuclear energy. It is insane. It is batshit insane that our entire country is not powered by nuclear. Like, obviously, certain areas wouldn't be the best, like nuclear wouldn't work there because they're like near fault lines and the risk might be too high compared to other things. But like, an overwhelming majority of our country should be geothermal, nuclear, and, hydroelectric, with an understanding that all of these are, location dependent, with very limited areas being utilizing coal or natural gas, which we have tons of, or, maybe there's some areas that could benefit from wind and solar and things like that. Wind seems to be fairly destructive, but solar doesn't seem to be that bad. But this massive investment into oil companies that fucking own all of these green energy stocks and NGOs, and do we not remember the Solyndra scandal under the Obama administration, and the guy that was in charge of the Solyndra scandal just so happened to be the White House chief of staff under the Biden administration? Like, it is a money laundering scheme. That is what the Green New Deal and the Paris Climate Accords and all these things are. It is a means of pushing money laundering so that we can siphon wealth from the poor and the middle class and make and maintain power for the wealthy elite. Like, just fucking stop. Those birds need to watch where they're flying.
Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council.
I mean, that shit's mostly just Pyrrhic victory, I guess, or loss. I don't know.
We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction.
Yeah, mandates out of the market always have unintended consequences, and they're almost always devastating, especially once you start getting involved in industry. Like, it's just stupid. Even if you have the goal of like green energy and like the energy still comes from somewhere, numbnuts, right? Like, batteries are still a problem. You still have to power the cars, which means you need to fucking have energy in an energy grid somewhere. Like, focus on the energy grid first, not the fucking cars. Like, it's just like there's so many reasons why the electric car mandates are just dumb and destructive to the economy, especially to trucking. Like, you want to see the price of goods go up? You want to see fucking inflation at the grocery store? Start putting fucking mandates on fuel emissions and standards on fucking trucks that drive across this nation. You'll really fucking see prices skyrocket.
To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first day.
That's a libertarian victory right there. Like, you know what I mean? Like I have a lot of issues with Trump, okay? Like, I have a lot of problems with Trump. He's not my libertarian hero, but like, that one is just fucking yes. Obviously. Like, there is a serious problem with just the administrative bloat and the legislative bloat that occurs in a country like this, where we're tacking laws on top of laws on top of laws. And there's like these, this complicated web of Venn diagrams where like one regulation seems reasonable, though I disagree that they ever are, right? But you don't realize that there's 15 other similar regulations. Like building a new wing in a hospital can take years, and it's not just the certificate of need boards. It's all of these other different regulations and different meetings and agencies and environmental studies, and there's just so many things that overlap that by themselves they don't sound that bad or that destructive, but it's death by 1,000 cuts that just prices out any form of small business from existing in so many industries. There's a company in Houston that's revolutionizing drilling for hydrothermal. They're using microwaves instead of drill bits. After a certain depth, it could really be big. I mean, we'll see. There's a lot of cool shit that's happening in the world. And like, I don't even have and every now and then, like I read some science magazine article or some shit and I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Let's see if it gets implemented.
And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
Okay, so here's the thing about working from home. All right, working from home is based in the market. When you have when the market can very easily fire people that are unproductive, right? When people can just go, you're not meeting other people's numbers, then working from home is based. The boomer culture against working from home is fucking stupid. Okay? Like, look, I absolutely understand and agree that you will likely get more productivity out of workers that work in the office as opposed to those that work from home. But the thing is that when people work from home, they don't have to dress up constantly, which means they don't have to pay as much for dry cleaning. They don't have to pay as much for clothes. Okay? They have a very, very limited barrier to entry, right? It used to be really difficult, but most people can get access to good internet now. And most people can get access to a cheap webcam. It's not a big deal. When you work from home, yes, you're going to get less productivity because some people will be lazy, but the really lazy people, you can just fucking fire them. Okay. The other thing is that you have a much larger candidate pool of people that you can hire, because if I only have to go into the office once a week, then I don't mind an hour-long commute to go to the office because who cares? I only have to go once a week. But if I have to go daily, then an hour-long commute is 2 hours a day, which means I need to be paid significantly more if you want me to show up at the office, or I'm just going to work somewhere locally. And so plenty of like the housing crisis can in many ways be alleviated by work from home, because when you have a lot of people that are working from home, then you have a lot of people that can live in the country or live in suburbs that are far out from where they're working and can have decent pay and decent jobs, and they can afford to live in a nice place. Whereas if you're not working from home and everyone's not like there's so many reasons why work from home is just a good idea for a lot of types of businesses, and like what balance you do and what balance you don't. So like I want to preface all of that by saying that like working from home is based. It's good in a lot of fucking ways. It's good for business. It's good for employees. It's good for employers. It's just all around good. But obviously you need to negotiate like what type of business you do and to what level you can have people working from home and to what level you can have people working from home. But you're going to find productivity increasing across the board, even if the individual is more productive, because like I can pay, if I have work from home 4 days out of 5 days of the week, I can afford to pay someone $20 an hour and get like a really good employee that'll give me 80% of the fucking productivity that they would have given me. But if I say, no, you must work in the office, I'm going to have to pay people $25, $26 an hour, and I'm still going to have less people show up. So I'm still not going to have as large of a candidate pool for the best people. Government is completely different to this argument, because it is nigh impossible to fire so many government employees. And government employees that are working from home can be very, very unproductive, and all they need to do is answer a few emails and bullshit, and they can just waste the taxpayers' dollars. And all government employees are a waste of taxpayers' dollars as far as I'm concerned. But if we want to look at it from like a consequential analysis, like the difference between the market is that the market has an incentive towards productivity, whereas the state does not have an incentive towards productivity in nowhere near the same degree. Budget cuts are a rare thing, and when they do occur in a department, it is only after years and years of inefficiency. And that inefficiency is defined by comparison, not to the market, but to other government programs. So it's just like, I am all for canceling work from home for government employees. I'm and for government contractors, both of them. Right. But this push against working from home in like the office, fuck that. And the other reason I say fuck that to a big degree is that there are a ton of jobs in our market that were created because women entered the workforce. There is a massive administrative bloat throughout our entire economy of like HR jobs and middle management jobs and all these jobs that women do, where they fucking have meetings, and these meetings are about fucking fostering communication and connectivity with other people at the workplace. And it's about like, putting together lists and fucking things so that we can, go to the upper management about like, the 15 things that we've done. It's these type A fucking women that like are a complete drain on businesses. But the fact of the matter is that women wanted to work, and women have a bunch of advantages when it comes to networking and social skills that a lot of men lack. And so you have tons and tons of dudes, especially in like tech industry, that are like, why is 4 hours of my fucking working day Jira boards and t-shirts and meetings about fucking communication and all this other shit? And you can get rid of so much of that naturally just by having people work from home, because you don't need because it's very easy to realize that you don't need a bunch of fucking HR meetings about how to talk in the office when you're not in the fucking office. So I don't even buy the concept in the long run that a lot of businesses, even the individual employees, are going to be more productive working from home, even if they only put in 80% of the effort that they might put in if they were in the office, because half their fucking day isn't taken up by useless fucking meetings, because work from home people are just getting shit done. So I am all for work from home. And I'm all for many companies aggressively exploring how they can utilize work from home to better their business practices so that we can move forward in the economy. But for government employees, go fuck yourself. Well, it doesn't just take energy, Justin, right? Like, it takes your gas in your car, it takes upkeep in your car, it increases traffic. So if there's like, who here lives in a city and knows that like where the major suburbs are, whatever portion of the highway, you can't go in that fucking direction at 5 o'clock at night away from the city, and you can't go in that direction towards the city at like anywhere between the hours of like 7 and like 9:30 in the morning. Like, traffic congestion that is caused by everyone working in cities and commuting to work, the money that we spend on roads as taxpayers, right? The money that the individuals spend on gas and on time, etc. Like, let's talk about the environmental impact, since we give a fuck about green energy and shit, right? Like, the amount of fucking gas that's burned. Like, there's so many reasons why this like cultural push against work from home is just dumb, in my opinion. But for government employees, go fuck yourself. I want to make sure that you are watched like a fucking hawk, and that if you don't fucking perform well, you get fired.
And we've ended weaponized government, where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me.
I mean, like, fucking Andrew Tate situation, some conservatives might feel the other way about that. I don't. Like, fuck Andrew Tate, but I'm just saying, like, we haven't really gotten rid of that. Apparently, you still haven't released the fucking Epstein files, and we're gonna fucking blame this on Southern District in New York? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. We'll see. Like, but I don't know, man. Like, fucking, I want the fucking Epstein files, and if we don't get them soon, I want Pam Bondi gone because she promised that she was going to do it, and she promised that the files were on her fucking desk, and then a whistleblower showed that there were more files. Like, you didn't fucking know that the shit that was already publicly available wasn't everything, that the FBI didn't have a bunch of other shit. At best, Pam Bondi is incompetent and stupid and speaks out of both sides of her mouth. And at worst, she's a lying sack of shit. So fucking give me the Epstein fucking files. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying.
How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
That's fucking funny, Casimir.
And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
You may have ordered it, okay? And like, but like the same people that lied to President Trump, it's not literally the same people, but the same people, right? That lied to President Trump when he ordered troop withdrawals from Syria and then just didn't do it, are still in government. Like, we have, like, this is a 20, 30 year process of like rooting out these people if you want to do it that way. The best way to do it is just start gutting administrations completely. But if you're going to keep places like the FBI, you know, like, just because you said no more censorship, well, what happened with the CIA when we found out that the like half of the people were in like LGBT fucking sex kink group chats, right? Like, these people are sick, and they have like the deep state is real, and they have infected every faucet of this massive leviathan. Like, these people are still here. So you may have ordered it, and kudos to you for that, but it's still happening, guaranteed.
And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
I don't really have much to say on that one. It's like, yeah, 50-50, good, bad. Mostly good in my opinion, but...
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
It's so petty and silly.
And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful.
Yeah, Mount McKinley, like, instead of getting rid of the native name, like, I don't fucking like it. Just, again, this just seems like a petty attack. I don't really get it. I mean, sure, America history, but like, Native Americans are part of our history too. Like, I don't like, it's just like, I don't know how important that is. I don't get it. It's not, maybe I'm just not hip with the right-wing culture war enough. I don't know.
Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government.
Dude, that shit is happening. Like, my mom works in administration in like a, you know, partially state-funded like university program and shit, and like, she's had to like go through and find DEI hires, and like, they're starting to get rid of DEI hires. Like, they have gone pretty hardcore on the DEI shit, and I appreciate that for sure. DEI is just a destructive and horrific fucking concept that is, axioms are based in some of the most evil philosophical arguments one could make.
And indeed the private sector and our military.
No, Native American women are not super hot, okay? I will not be lied to, okay? They're fucking just like any other women. Some of them are ugly, some of them are hot, and the ones that are super hot seem hotter because they're exotic to you. And the ones that are ugly are rough because they're exotic.
And our country will be woke no longer.
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works. I mean, we'll see. The wokeness does seem to be getting its teeth kicked in here lately, but we'll see.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, You should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important.
It's so crazy that that has to be said. That like, if you're an air traffic controller, maybe you should be hired for competency. Like, fucking, yeah, like, definitely.
You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
I don't want to get into gender shit. I feel differently about gender than most people do. But in terms of like getting rid of critical race theory in schools, like this is a problem that Republicans, I guess, are like misunderstanding. Is that like you can't just root critical race theory out of schools. You can't just root wokeness out of institutions. You have an entire generation of teachers where they have been taught, Paulo Freire, Freirean, pedagogy as the core concept of teaching in this country. And so like when you get rid of CRT, they just change names. Like CRT by name hasn't been in schools in like fucking 5 or 6 years. Like they've already moved away from just calling it CRT. Like you're not going to see CRT, but you are going to see Portrait of a Graduate and, how they align with, UN Sustainable Developmental Goals 2025 and, social emotional learning wasn't even called CRT, right? But we know that it's CRT. Like that's what it is. Transformative social emotional learning, and even this shit is old. Like there are new programs. Like ask John Jacob if you want to join the Discord. Like some of the new shit that they've like couched CRT in. Oh wait, is this too fucking quiet? Hold on, let me play this. Let me cut it up a little bit.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Again, this is another problem that the government caused, and now the government's trying to solve it. Like, just get rid of fucking government funding for sports programs. Like, if schools want to have if colleges and schools want to put on competitions and want to do these things, they'll find a way to make the money off of it by selling fucking tickets to their games and other various things. Like, the reason we have this issue is because it's state funded. And if some people want to have leagues where men and women are biological males and biological females are competing together, then fucking let them do it. Like, that's just the name of the game. Like, let the market handle this. Like, you created this beast with Title IX and with all of these fucking, government funds towards, female sports and equity, because no one wants to fucking watch the WNBA and no one wants to watch women's, college basketball. And then this problem arose because of the conflicts that are inherent with using taxation to support and fund, what is essentially safe spaces for women that we as taxpayers have to pay. Like, stop stealing our fucking money to fucking privilege one gender, and you won't have some fucking queer theorist or whatever fucking, subverting those very same things. Like, just stop that. Like, there is no reason to have the government come in and put this other band-aid of like, there are only two genders and men and women won't be together in sports. It's like, you guys caused this problem, and the solution that you're giving is like playing whack-a-mole.
3 years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her.
Oh, okay. So this is what people were mad at Emma Vigeland for, because she was just like laughing at the idea. Okay. Like the fucking from, not Surfs. What is that other fucking the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland was just like showed the video on Twitter and was just like, and it's like a girl getting a TBI from getting spiked in the fucking face by a fucking dude. That's wild that they were laughing about this.
Her athletic career, it was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
Just get rid of the federal funding for all of them. Just get rid of the federal funding. Like, stop stealing taxes so that like other fucking middle class kids can play fucking sports. Like, fuck off. Stop taking my money for shit that I don't want to be a part of. Like, just stop the stealing, and we won't have this fucking problem. And if some groups want to have trans people in their fucking sports leagues, well then, lefties that don't fucking support shit and don't fucking buy tickets and don't go to these things anyways will fucking, pretend to support shit and they'll go out of business. You know why? Because lefties don't have fucking kids, and the only people that actually pay for that shit are people with kids.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our...
That's fucking hilarious. I'm not going to lie. It's hilarious that that's supported as an achievement. It's just like a broken and fucked culture, but it is funny to just watch some guy be like, I dominated.
Country, we're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen.
It's not common sense. It's just a return to fucking 90s Republican cultural philosophy without the fucking, the evangelicalism. Right? Like, it's not common sense to say that we'll steal to fund safe spaces for women. But, it's common sense that if we're going to steal to fund safe spaces for women, that we got to make sure that fucking trans people aren't included in this because it's meant to be a safe space for women. Like, no, it's just layers of stupidity to try and counteract the additional stupidity that came from the original decision.
Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove...
I mean, like, some of that's your fault, dude. Like, you spent trillions on fucking COVID relief shit, okay? Like, it's not fully the Biden administration's fault that, that you left office with fucking a much, much more debt than any other president that ever fucking existed. I mean, like, yeah, the Bidens didn't do anything to fucking help it. Like, they definitely did a relay race and took that stick and put their star player on running towards destroying the U.S. economy. But you were still in the fucking race, my guy.
Drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse...
Yeah, measuring inflation's kind of like, you can get an approximation, but you can't get an exact, like, it's impossible to determine the value of the dollar when value is subjective.
...this damage and make America affordable again.
we'll see how these fucking tariff deals go out, because every fucking tariff that you enact is a fucking punishment on the American people and a direct fucking contradiction towards affordability. Like, we'll see how many free trade agreements you can get and how many of these things you can, utilize to and leverage as a means to actually reducing, all of the tariffs that other countries and policies that other countries have that hurt our exports. But, that remains to be seen whether or not you're actually going to make it more or less affordable to live here.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration.
Look, the reason eggs are out of control is because, listen, it's like there's a lot of reasons, right? But one of the major causes that a lot of people aren't talking about is that when we have epidemics that are like bird flus that infect a population, right? If you are a large farmer, right? So this doesn't necessarily apply to small farmers, but for large industrial farms, okay, there's one of two paths that you can go by. One path is that you can isolate and quarantine the population of birds that were potentially infected. Then you can kill those birds that were infected. And then you can go through massive hoops, rigorous testing of your employees, especially since bird flus tend to be zoonotic. You can, right, which means they pass from the birds to humans, and you don't want like a bird flu or something like evolving or having a problem, right? So the CDC gets involved, OSHA gets involved, tons of government bureaucracies get involved, and you pay tons and tons and tons of money so that you can try and save the other birds that are in like adjacent sections of your farm. Or you can kill all the birds there could ever possibly be any level of cross-contamination with. And then the state, very often, like I've looked at it, like I looked at most of these grants are not actually federal grants, they're state grants. But nevertheless, you can get grants and you can get relief and you can get money from taxpayers for the loss of the birds. So you can either choose to keep birds and go through hoops and jump through hoops and deal with OSHA and deal with the CDC and deal with like all these different agricultural regulatory things, right, and spend a fuck ton of money to keep your birds, and then you can finally sell your eggs, or you can just kill like all the fucking adjacent birds. And this ramped up during the Biden administration. These grants and things like that to help farmers ramped up at a state level, but also at a federal level, where they were just pouring money to incentivize farmers to kill their chickens. So the chicken population has dramatically decreased. And this is actually more pronounced, and it's important to recognize, this is actually most pronounced in countries like the UK. In Europe, it's way, way, way worse. How they basically, the way the financial incentives are is if you want to keep your business, you have to kill all your birds because one bird got infected. Whereas if you want to be honest and not take government handouts and things like that, and you want to just produce and farm, then you have to spend tons of money and go into and there are no grants for people that choose not to kill their birds. There aren't grants there might be some, I don't want to say there are none, but they're nowhere near the same amount of money for the loss of money you have for going through all these regulatory agencies. And then you can't sell eggs for a very long time. You're just completely fucked. And so the government has been incentivizing culling bird populations, which means there's way less supply of eggs. And so, there's a lot less export of eggs to other countries that we used to export to. And then on top of that, so a lot more have to stay in country. And then the price of eggs increases so that they keep them in country, right? Because if the price was like artificially lowered, then they would just export the eggs. And so it's like it's literally just a supply and demand equation. It's not about inflation of like the dollar or like some Biden policy, but it's about the government and the way government, involves in regulation. If you do the right thing and you don't just take tax money and handouts, which by the way is stolen money that gets siphoned out of the economy. That stolen money gets siphoned out of the economy so that we can pay farmers to kill their chickens so that the price of eggs can go up. It is utter socialist insanity. and it is like it's gotta stop. So if we want to get control of the egg market, you have to stop that incentive to just cull entire bird populations, and you have to get rid of the insane regulations that are put in place that make it essentially impossible for farmers to keep their eggs or to keep their chickens. But that's going to take years to fix, because like you're going to have to you're going to have to fix all those problems, and then you're going to have to let the market respond by raising new chicks, and then having hens that are available. Like that's not something that's going to happen like overnight in a week or two. Like you're going to have to get rid of all of those negative incentives, and then once those negative incentives, you're going to have to let the market respond by farmers slowly investing money that they have to grow their capacity to produce eggs.
Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation.
Yeah, that makes. I mean, I wrestling. Fair enough.
Inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power.
Yeah, I mean, the Biden administration literally like was taken to court in Louisiana because they were like shutting down oil production. And building a new factories and putting up like Green New Deal type massive taxation and regulations. And like it was so bad that the Louisiana State Supreme Court stepped in and said that the Biden administration was like subjecting them to the cruel and unusual punishment, which they were essentially using taxation as a form to destroy the ability for new oil production. And so the Biden administration was just like, oh, okay, well, you know how we'll respond to that? We'll just ban all new oil leases on all government property in the state of Louisiana. Like the Biden administration did everything they could to destroy American energy production. And it's because they want investment in Ukraine, as far as I can tell. As far as I can tell, it's the corrupt Biden administration that wanted to destroy Americans' ability to under the Trump administration, we were a major exporter of oil and natural gas. And under the Biden administration, that immediately reversed. Why? Because we want Ukrainian oil and natural gas. We don't care that it hurts the American public. What we want is a fucking power move that keeps Russia in check for this global fucking empire that the Biden administration was all on board with, because they were getting paid from Burisma, and they were getting paid from China, and they were getting, working with NGOs like Black and Vetch and people like that, like, and working for, like, the Biden administration was a corrupt presidency that was bought and paid for to destroy the American economy's ability to produce our own energy and destroy Americans' progress and innovation and cost. So I mean, like, I have my issues with Trump and taxes and the money that he put, the COVID things, and I have a lot of issues, but like the comparison between him and Biden is just like night and day.
Plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency.
Okay.
As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working.
You don't need to incentivize people drilling for oil. You just need to get rid of the fucking the regulations and allow people, you can just let the market do it. Like there's no, you don't need a team. You don't need government employees to do it. Like just get rid of the stupid regulations and get rid of the freezes on oil leases and just let the market handle it from there.
On a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all.
And get rid of the Jones Act so that it's a much cheaper and easier to transport via naval vessels natural gas.
Trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
What does that mean, brother? I mean, like, what is that? Is that going to be my tax dollars paying for that shit? Because if it is, fuck off.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but we'll be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
Now this I'm on board with, brother.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Yeah, I mean, like most of what Doge is doing, I consider to be positive. I do worry about potential conflict of interest of like one of the richest people on the planet that gets, you know, almost as much money as USAID for fucking government contracts, you know, being one of the individuals that makes so many of these recommendations. But again, it's just an advisory board, right? Like, I mean, Obama created it and, you know, he just renamed it and actually utilized it as opposed to just sitting there wasting more money, not really doing anything. You know, so I mean, it is still just an advisory board, but I don't, you know, I'm optimistic. I'm skeptically optimistic of Doge, but I like a lot of the things that they're finding, and I hope they get rid of a lot of these things. But I can also tell that, like, you know, Elon Musk and people like that are beginning to understand just how the government actually works, and that I think has been probably one of the best things of Doge. It's not even about the like what they find and like whether or not they get rid of it. More so much on the right are like understanding how NGOs actually operate, understanding how USAID operates, understanding how the intelligence community and the deep state plays chess with our tax dollars. And like, they're beginning to be like, oh, now I get why George Soros is so rich. Oh, now I understand how the World Economic Forum is able to like control and use governments to get done what they want to get done. Like, and it's because you have all of these intelligence agencies that are trying to expand this empire, the process of utilizing funds. Like, you're still seeing some stupid stuff where they're like, oh, they went to pay for, trans theater in France. Like, why are our tax-paying dollars going to that? That makes no sense. And it's like, we still have like to kind of be like, it makes sense once you realize that what the government's really doing is paying off institutions with bullshit woke things because it signifies that they're one of us, that they're for democracy in big air quotes, right? And that, so that we can fund institutions to propagandize people and all sorts of other things so that, fascism doesn't rise, etc. But I think that is probably way like the philosophical awakening of how the deep state functions to a large majority of Americans is so much more powerful than like him finding like fraud, waste, and abuse within like USAID or something.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this.
Who's concerned trolling? I don't know.
He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity.
Yeah, they're mad about that one because they had just denied and lied that like so much money was going towards immigrants and illegal aliens. So like, pulled from so many different institutions. They were like, what? You're a conspiracy theorist. And then Doge is like, well, we have the receipts right here. Like, this is what occurred. Like the Democrats are certainly, the Republicans are just as involved in this shit as the Democrats are, but obviously the focus has been on the Democrat, maybe not just as much as the Democrats are. It's probably like 70-30. But like a lot of them are really fucking mad that their free money pump sieve towards all their bullshit NGOs are getting exposed for exactly what they are. And all of the things that they said that they totally weren't doing, that they weren't using massive amounts of tax-paying dollars to bring in migrants as opposed to them naturally coming here for economic opportunity because the jobs are available. Like, as much as I have an issue with the open borders people because of all of these things and because of them like not getting that this is like the real problem. Dude, if you got rid of all of this shit, like you wouldn't, like no one would give a fuck about our borders.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million.
Dude, he's so fucking petty. I love
to
it.
promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of.
Yeah, I mean, Lesotho is like a little. It's almost like a micronation that's within South Africa.
$60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million.
Yeah, it's like $60 million for Afro-Colombian empowerment, right? Like it's not the wokeness. It's $60 million that the intelligence agency is pushing there so that they can have like democratic institutions, which means like, pro fucking, democracy, pro fucking Western liberal democracy, pro like the, Western corporations and everything to push in media, to push in colleges, to push there so that they don't have communist revolutionaries, but also so that they don't have right-wing populist people that are, that might be nationalists, that might have, economic protectionism and things like that. It is an investment by the deep state for their corporate friends. And like, this is kind of the shit I'm talking about, where it's like, I'm super happy to see these things be exposed, but there's like another layer that a lot of conservatives aren't getting. But like, this is the beginning to chipping away at that. And like, it's really good that that's happening.
$8 million for making mice transgender. This is
no, it was $2 million to make mice transgender. The other $6 million was spent on transgenic modification in mice.
Real.
Checkmate, Trump. It's like, why are my taxes being spent on any of this shit? Like the whole science industry and like funding and grants for science in universities is like the biggest fucking scam of all of taxation. Like all of these government grants to like research these things are not fucking, it's not money to scientists. It's money to fund universities throughout the world and in America to push our corporate and intelligent assets, like preferred, positions.
$32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street.
That's wild. That's like literally we're funding genital mutilation in other countries. That's fucking insane.
In the Middle East, it's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda.
Yeah, like this is all kind of the same shit. It's like it's not about funding leftism, though that is part of it. It's more about funding the universities that project this shit. Like wokeness is tied to neoliberalism. They are linked, right? It it is like corporate power, rainbow capitalism, if you will, if you want to take like a left-wing kind of like position on this. Like that is what we're funding. We're funding institutions to stop, outright communists and to stop right-wing populists so that like the institutions that have power and global dominance can maintain and push further their power. None of these actual programs are, it's like, it's like ways in which they can fund shit to sound nice for the NGOs so that the documents and the paperwork all says the wonderful left-wing bullshit that we wanted to say. But at the end of the day, it's about global dominance and power.
$14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Also, for the record,
this is assuming that that money even goes to that, right? Like, I mean, like we obviously know that the CIA and, the DOD and the State Department utilizes and funnels and takes money and just steals that money even from what it's supposed to do, which is already ridiculous, and puts it into fucking intelligence operations and, coups and all kinds of fucked up evil things.
Asia's doing very well with learning. We know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
I do love, too, how the left is like, well, show us the receipts. And it's like, you can just go to fucking doge.gov, I think. Right? Like, it's just like, let me find it real quick. They're like, well, then if that's the case, then just show us the receipts. And it's like right here. Like, it's mostly on Twitter, but like you can see it right here. You can follow their Twitter. You can go to like, regulations on constitutionality. Like they have metrics that they're tracking. They have like, what money they have. They have like, which departments and like what their revenue sources are and like how much spending they're doing. And then you can just go to savings and you can look at receipts. It says wall of receipts, Bureau of Land Management, EEO DEI support. Here's a link. Right? Like you can look at all the, like, they're like, show us the fucking receipts then if this is true. It's like, they're there. They're right there for you. Like, what are you talking about? You're pretending like they don't exist. Like ostriches with their head buried in the sand.
And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office.
Right. See how someone yelled out and screamed some bullshit there that nobody could understand? They just moved on. Like that's what Republicans did to Biden like once or twice. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert did. And like that's what like another Republican did to Obama. Like that, yeah, that happens. That's not the same thing as what occurred in the beginning that people are trying to make the comparison to.
Has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists
like they just keep being like, no, fucking how dare you point out our scam? Like fuck Social Security. It is one of the most destructive things in our nation's history towards family, culture, and towards our wealth and prosperity.
3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're gonna.
Well, it's so fucking insane to me that like the left is just like their Trump derangement syndrome and Elon derangement syndrome have gotten to the point where like they're screaming that this is all lies and evil, but it's like most of this information was uncovered during the Obama administration and as well during the Biden administration. Like a lot of this data isn't new data. Like this has been a problem, and they investigated themselves and found this. And they were like, well, and then you have people like Destiny and lefties and people being like, well, look at the data. Like Elon hasn't found anything. Like they're willing to admit that their own side found it, and then they say, well, most of these people aren't being paid, and they're like, see, it's like, well, some of them are. Is that not a problem? Like, you know, like what the fuck are you talking about? If like at best, what we have is a broken system of tracking that is very inefficient, and there's some level of, though minimal, of fraud, and that we should clean up, we should update our systems, and we should get rid of, you know, all of the fraud that doesn't cost too much money to get rid of, right? Because like obviously, let's say there's like one person and it takes us like, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars to track down where this one thing is, then like obviously it's not worth the money we save, right? Like for example, like, you know, it's like Tennessee had this famous thing where they instituted drug tests for food stamps, and what they found is that it just costs us more money to like conduct the drug tests than it saved us in getting those people off of food stamps. So it was like, well, why did we do that anyways? Like, yeah, I don't want people doing drugs and fucking getting food stamps. We want to get rid of those people, but if it costs us more money to investigate who the people are on drugs than the people that are utilizing the system, we're really just doing it for the principle of the matter. And like we should just get rid of food stamps, but you know, I've set that aside. But like at best it's still a fucking problem that we should look into, and they're just acting like fraud can't exist now, that like government is just always good except for when it's Republicans. It's pure insanity.
You're going to find it, but a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have.
To be fair, from what I understand, there is like a coding thing where like if it's like a null value, it gets like set as like 380 something years old or something. So like that last category is like full of people that are like placeholder values for things that need to get deleted. But still, again, that level of inefficiency is just begging to be infected with fraud.
Have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not a fucking coder, so I don't like understand it, right? But I want to give the devil his due in the arguments against us. But like, even if I give them that charity, it still doesn't matter. That's still an issue.
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if it's one person at that age, then that's something. Then like whatever, who cares?
And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
I mean, that remains to be seen. We'll see how you can negotiate trade deals, because like fucking tariffs aren't going to do that. Like if you put in tariffs as a negotiating tactic, people are going to fucking feel it until those tariffs are gone. Like promise. Like it's just like it's inevitable.
And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
I mean, Republicans just fucking raised the debt ceiling, so we'll fucking see. Nothing much, just watching Trump bloviate. it's you know, there's some good, there's some bad.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that.
That's such a businessman way of looking at it. Like, I mean, like, I'm not necessarily in favor of that. I don't think that that's necessarily good, but I mean, like, if people are going to pay it, I was like, I'm not going to fight that. If someone wants to pay $5 million to become a citizen, like, it's not like, of all the issues that I have, like, that's not going to be the big one.
But they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy.
I mean, if you're going to make that claim, don't try and bring fucking Andrew Tate in the country and let me see them fucking Epstein files.
Policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country. We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
No, it's not $5K. It's $5 million. Like it's just for like giant businessmen.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and...
Yeah, like you can go to Malta, you can go to Turkey, you could like buy like citizenship for like a couple $100,000 and like fucking what is it? Oh my God, Belarus, not Belarus. Fucking what is that South American country that starts with a B? Why can I not think of it? It's not Bolivia, obviously. No, is it not fucking... What is the fucking country I'm thinking of? Oh, no, it's North American, isn't it? Belize, that's what I'm thinking of. Belize. There we go.
Millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15
Okay, I was typing in another thing. Yeah, it's in Central.
15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. And meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
Man, fuck democracy. I don't care about democracy, but whatever.
And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days
All right, hold on. I'm cracking a window. It's getting hot under these studio lights.
of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that.
This is so fucking petty. I mean, I'm all for tax cuts. Let's go. But I mean, you created a second IRS, the External Revenue Service. Like, you know what I mean? Like, those tax cuts are only so fucking, I can only celebrate them to such a degree when you're also imposing tariffs.
But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
I mean, like, no tax on tips is like, I like no tax on tips. I like no tax on overtime. The problem is that like whenever you reduce tax burden on one sector of labor market and then you don't reduce it in another sector of the labor market, then you incentivize whatever that portion has reduced taxation, right? And so it's like, if you're going to get rid of taxes, I'm all for getting rid of taxes. But the problem is like, we let's say we get rid of no tax on overtime, right? Well, there are a lot of people that are then going to be incentivized to work overtime when they wouldn't necessarily have worked overtime. And it's like, okay, well, that's fine. You know what I mean? But like, what happens when you work overtime? Well, you can be overworked, and that can lead to safety issues. That can lead to problems. But a lot of struggling Americans are going to be getting regular taxes. And then all of a sudden, when they get above 40 hours or they get above 36 hours, depending on their state, then all of a sudden they're not going to get taxes. So a lot of companies, instead of hiring new people, right? Especially if payroll taxes aren't there, because you got to understand payroll's paying what, like 7.2% of like whatever you make in Social Security and Medicaid tax via payroll taxes. So like if I want to make money as a business, well, all of a sudden I'm like, well, fuck hiring a new employee, fuck giving out an additional job. I'll just work everybody that I have an extra 10 hours if they're willing to do it. And then I can, if I have 20 employees, right? Well, that's another 200 hours. And so like, I don't have to hire, 1, 2, 80, 160, that's 5 employees I don't have to hire. Right. So I'm going to save money on payroll taxes and like, they're going to do it. But it's like, it's not like there's going to be an unintended consequence where you're going to have more workplace fatalities, more workplace accidents, people being overworked. And the reason that these people are doing this is because there's no taxes on overtime. But it's like, if we just reduce their tax burden on their regular fucking hours, they wouldn't need to work fucking overtime so that they can afford groceries. Like, so I'm not necessarily against any form of getting rid of taxes, but it's really like a boomer meme of like, oh, the people that work overtime, those are like real hard workers. And like, those are the salt of the earth people that are, putting in money to provide for their families. Those are the good people. So like, we really want to reduce their taxes because those, and like, there's some truth to that. Don't get me wrong, but you're going to incentivize workplace fatality. And if you're going to incentivize work accidents caused at work, because there's going to be this new avenue that incentivizes additional overtime work. And when you have that, well, what does that mean? Well, it means unemployment insurance is going to go up. And that means that fucking, unemployment benefits that are paid by, in part by the state in certain programs are going to go up. You're going to find lost revenue in other places. You're going to find other problems. And it's like, you incentivized bad behavior. Like, I'm not saying no one should fucking work over 40 hours, but there are definitely jobs where, if you're pushing people that might not necessarily want to work 40, 50 or 60 hours, because the economic reality has shifted to the point where working 50 or 60 hours means that they can have all of these wonderful things, and working 40 hours means that they're, they're living paycheck to paycheck, then a lot of people that might be overworked or tired or other things are going to start working a bunch of time that they shouldn't. So like, this is going to have negative consequences in companies and in employees. And it's like, I'm not going to call it like worker exploitation, like some fucking commie idiot or something. Right. But it's like, I would much, much, much rather see you just reduce fucking, the tax rate. Like just reduce Social Security tax, reduce Medicaid tax, reduce, the tax rate, just income tax, right? Like that is a much, much better solution than incentivizing one form of labor over another form of labor, specifically incentivizing overtime. So like, it sounds good and it wins with like people that are like, oh yeah, people that really work. But at the end of the day, like that's just, it's not a good policy. It's just a popular one. It's like, it's economically stupid as far as I can tell. Also, I love tipping, but no tax on tips is going to make the whole tipping culture has gone too far thing even fucking worse. Like, it really is. You're going to see tipping instituted fucking everywhere. And I kind of like that. Like, I'm pro tipping culture. I know it pisses off a lot of people and they're mad. Like, I don't care, but like, I know a lot of people are going to be like, you're going to incentivize tipping culture against the market, which is going to fucking make it more annoying than it ought to be and make it be put in places where the market naturally wouldn't decide it. So like tipping culture is about to be fucking is about to get insane.
And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
Yeah, economic protectionism in this regard is fucking stupid. It's just stupid. It's just going to make cars more expensive. It's not going to help anybody get a cheap car. And it's like, yeah, sure, will we get more American jobs making cars? Yes, but we'll get an inflation on the value of cars overall, which means cars will get like the market will balance out, but it'll balance out with cars being more expensive. Like it's not like economic protectionism just doesn't work that way.
And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over.
Yeah, you're going to see growth in the auto industry while at the same time seeing the cost of cars go up. Like it's not like, you know what I mean? Like you're going to see that you're going to see growth in the auto industry. And the reason you're going to see growth in the auto industry is that it's going to be more expensive to buy a Toyota. So if your Toyota costs like fucking, $33,000, now it's going to cost $37,000. And because it costs $37,000, there are going to be plants that open up because now they can sell a car that they would have had to have tried to compete at the $33,000 to like $35,000. So everyone's going to be like, yay, we have jobs in the auto industry. Isn't that so good? We're bringing back Detroit, Michigan and Detroit steel. It's like, no, you're fucking not. What you're doing is you're making cars more, you're going to have more cars on the market from American manufacturers. You're going to have less cars on the market from foreign manufacturers, and the cost of cars all across the board is going to go up. Thanks. Like cash for clunkers under the Biden administration already ruined the fucking used car market and made used cars way more fucking expensive than they need to be. Environmental regulations already did the same thing, which was like, kind of what cash for clunkers is. So great. Now everyone's cars are going to get more expensive. Thank you, Donald Trump. Like this is anti-libertarian bullshit.
All over the place. Deals are being made.
Now, to be fair, right? Because, I don't know where that guy is that always says, Fabian is fair, right? But to be fair, there are tariffs against American cars in Europe right now that have been there since fucking World War II to help fucking revitalize, like, the German and, manufacturing market. And we've just let them fucking tariff us, right? So there is a balancing that needs to occur. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Yeah, just text me a time. All right, bye. Right. I mean, it's just like, yeah. So I've said enough on that. It's just like, yeah.
Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our
No, it's
auto
not.
industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous cars.
Yeah, they're excited because they get to make money by increasing the cost of fucking cars. Of course they're excited. But it's like, we're not winning. The fucking large corporations that like fucking that you know pay for fucking elections and pay for fucking lobbying so that they can get regulations and bullshit like this that works in their industry. Yeah, like they're fucking excited. Of course they're excited. They get to produce cars that are more expensive, and therefore, so long as they make them in America, and then they get to pat themselves on the back as they rake in cash from the fucked over American public from Donald Trump's disastrous policies, so that they can pat themselves on the back and go, "Aren't I the good guy?" Tariffs. It's a beautiful word. Like, dude, this is not helpful.
Car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us...
The problem, like, again, this is more of the same shit. Like, I'm all for tax cuts. Tax cuts are good, right? Like, but when you incentivize one form of production over another form of production with your tax cuts, you're going to interject issues into the market, right? So when you're talking about tax cuts in this way, like, this is probably like this is more good than bad, right? Like, I'm not gonna rant and rave that this is like some great evil when he's reducing tax cuts on domestic manufacturing, but it is designed to be an incentive that is against the tendencies of the market. And so, like, yeah, fine, make tax cuts on domestic manufacturing because you want a certain end goal to occur, but just know that those tax cuts, if they were general, would have been more helpful. Like, it would have been more helpful to just reduce tax cuts in general on all of these things. But I'm not going to rant and rave as a libertarian that tax cuts are somehow bad because because they favor one form of production over another form of production.
The most successful economy in the history of our country, first term. We had a great first term.
I'm not, like, to be clear, like, this is going to have a positive impact on the economy. Like it is going to have a, like it is, if you reduce taxes in one sector of the economy, you're going to have unintended consequences for sure, because it's, the relative burden on the other sectors of the economy are going to get worse, right? But if you're just taking away money, that if you're just stopping from stealing from one portion of the market, like, that is going to have a positive effect on the economy. Like, let's make no bones about that. But those unintended consequences, we don't know how bad those unintended consequences will be in the long run. But, like, I'm not going to be mad about him cutting taxes, to favor one form of production over another. It's just, you have to recognize that, like, by doing so, you create a negative incentive. Also, don't forget that tax cuts without spending cuts are actually just transferring the tax into inflation and dollar devaluation. I'm not forgetting that in any way, shape, or form, but, like, fair enough. I mean, but he's bringing in new taxes. So it's like, is it tax cuts? if it's just, moving the tax burden from this to tariffs, like, it's hard to, like, we will have to, it's kind of a wait and see, in a lot of regards.
If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries.
Tariffs hurt everyone involved. Like, the way he talks about tariffs and the way he utilizes tariffs so far seem to be two different Donald Trumps. When he talks about tariffs, he sells tariffs as this wonderful thing, that tariffs are great for the economy and that they're beautiful. and that like this is the way to tax, and they, you know, like it's this old school bad economic philosophy that's just dumb in so many ways, that like basically every economist from every school, from the Chicago school, from Austrians, MMTers, fucking Keynesians, post-Keynesians, like every philosophy of economics recognizes that tariffs are destructive to everyone involved. But then the way he actually utilizes tariffs is he's going up against countries that have tariffed us, saying, fuck you, we're renegotiating, or he's using it to, bully them into actions that are beneficial, presumably, in some regard to the American economy. And then he's doing free trade agreements, right? Like we can see that he's doing a free trade agreement with, Argentina. We can see that he isn't doing just like the same flat 25% tariff with the UK, but instead him and Keir Starmer are in negotiations, right? It seems like he's utilizing tariffs against Mexico and Canada to try and influence their behaviors so that he can then reduce said tariffs, right? So over and over and over again, we see that the way he actually utilizes tariffs is that he understands that tariffs have a destructive impact on everybody involved, and he's using it as a bullying tactic. So it seems like he's just lying through his fucking teeth about how tariffs are this wonderful, beautiful thing, but he's actually trying to strategically use tariffs to, get better, more beneficial trade agreements with us so that we aren't the only ones being fucked over by the tariff situation. And like, if he does that and he gets a bunch of free trade agreements, like that will overall be beneficial to the American public. But it's hard for me to sit here and just listen to him just bullshit and lie and say things that are completely against any, well-documented economic philosophy or, empirical data or any school of philosophy that you have. And then it also contradicts his own fucking actions. So it's just like I'm just watching a charlatan lie through his fucking teeth because it's a negotiation tactic to like get the fucking MAGA cult to just talk about how wonderful tariffs are so that they don't feel bad when they hit the initial, economic impacts that are going to be caused by tariffs, presumably towards some goal of getting free trade negotiations that he'll then just sell again as like a great victory. And it's like, I don't know why we need all of the lying and dishonesty about tariffs. It's like, I don't know. So like, I don't know what to trust in any of these regards. I just see bullshit. And it's like, and then the MAGA, like so many MAGA libertarians and people are just like, they're so excited about things like Doge, which I'm glad for. And I'm excited for the philosophical discussion of a lot of libertarian ideals. But like, the economic policies as he's selling them in these speeches are not libertarian. They're anti-libertarian. And in some cases, they're even worse than a lot of what the Democrats have proposed.
On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them, and South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher.
Well, so again, twice what we charge them. What's the tariff on China? Is it 15% or 10% or 12%? Trump's tariff on China. What is the percentage? Yeah, it's 10%, right? So the flat tariff on Canada and Mexico is 25%. But the real problem, China, is a 10% tariff. And it's like, okay, one of two things is occurring here. Either A, he understands that we have so many fucking imports from China that the tariff would be too devastating to crank it up to 25%, which shows that he understands the negative impact that tariffs have on the economy, or at the very least that it has a limited negative impact in the initial phase, so we need to phase the tariffs. But when he says they charge us double, what he means is they charge us 20%, and we're doing 25% to U.S. and Canada. So, like, what's the fucking deal here? And the other possibility here, as far as I see it, is that he understands that his real enemy, China here, where he's really wanted, those seem to be like a more permanent tariff. That seems to be like he's fighting a legitimate trade war in which China has been bullying us and we haven't been fighting. And it seems like what he's doing with Canada and Mexico is he's bullying Canada and Mexico so that he can get trade agreements. And so it's like when I look at his actions seem a lot more reasonable than the bullshit that he says to the American public via this, address to Congress. And it just goes to show that he's lying. He's lying about how wonderful he thinks tariffs are. It's a negotiation tactic, and I fucking hate it.
Higher. Think of that 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day would cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before.
Yeah, you might take in trillions of dollars. Who knows how much money you're going to get from the tariffs. But at what cost, right? Like who's paying that? Right? Like, yes, the other country is paying it, but so are the American, but like everybody pays that. Like it's like that money didn't just like fall out of the fucking sky, right? It's like that money gets passed to the consumers and it also gets passed to the businesses. The only people that benefit marginally are the people who can't afford to compete with the prices of whatever those goods are that we're importing, but now can't afford to compete because the prices have gone up. So then they start to manufacture it, but they're not going to manufacture it cheaper than what the initial cost was, because if they were, they would have gotten into the market in the first place. So prices increase. That's where the trillions of dollars comes from. Yeah. Do we create American jobs? You are correct. You will create American jobs, but those jobs will be created by inflation on all of these other products that we have cheap, but now we can't have as cheap. So it's like, what are we going to do? Are we just going to have it like a bunch of people are going to come off of unemployment? That's cool, I guess. But like a bunch of other people are going to what? There's no taxes on overtime. So I guess a whole bunch of people, in order to afford all these fucking tariffs, are going to what? Start working overtime so that way they don't get taxed on overtime because they're living paycheck to paycheck when they didn't used to because of these fucking tariffs. Like, I understand the concept of utilizing tariffs in trade wars because these other people have been fucking us for a long time. But like, could we at the very least stop lying about what tariffs are doing and go to those countries and say, hey, look, can we get a free trade deal? I don't want to do this. Like, can we at least try to talk peace? Can we at least try not to fuck over the American public and then gaslight your own fucking followers into thinking that it's not going to fuck us over?
I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because it was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off.
Biden administration could have done plenty. They just didn't want to.
For decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very
Oh yeah, I'm sure they tried real fucking hard.
Large deficits with both of them, but even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past.
The whole fentanyl thing is so fucking stupid, too. Like, fentanyl, just fucking, like, in the war on drugs and do it the right way, you dumb fuck. Like tariffs and fucking subsidies to get other countries to also fucking get more engaged in the war on drugs isn't going to somehow make the war on drugs work.
Few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if.
It's important to know too that like Oracle has been involved with the CIA so many fucking times. I don't trust OpenAI and I don't trust this investment, but it's not American tax dollars. Like a bunch of left people were like, "Oh, fucking, what happened to fiscal conservatism?" Like it's just saying that like he opened up the market in such a way, you know, with like he facilitated the agreement and the investment in essentially like promising them that they wouldn't be fucked over in the same way that the Biden administration might have.
If Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Foxconn factories are a pretty big fucking problem. Like, it's like I don't know how mad I can be about building iPhones over in America. Like, iPhones are going to get more expensive, you know. But I mean, like at the same time, like iPhones are made with like some of the worst fucking slave labor in the world.
The biggest in the world, most powerful in the world.
Especially when you start talking about conflict minerals.
Has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market. Announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on Earth right here in the USA.
It's just kind of more of the same, you know what I mean? Obviously, Taiwan's in a precarious position. We don't, you know, with China involved.
And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people.
Like how... Boys, you better... You know what? Here's all I got to say about chips, all right? Listen, when the next fucking... You don't buy a fucking processor and don't buy a 5090 or a 5080. All right, just fucking wait, because fucking the R&D. I don't know. Don't take economic advice from me, but like maybe now is the time to buy it because production's going to be a problem. But I'm not seeing a lot. I'm not seeing the 6090 from NVIDIA being fucking amazing.
People. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to.
Yeah, the CHIP Act was fucking stupid. It was just, it feels to me like it was just a way for Paul Pelosi to make a bunch of money. Like it was a horrible act.
Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in. And they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers starting on April 2nd. It may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China. $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me. And they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases.
We're going to take a little break, okay? And here's the break. All I can think of when he starts talking about fucking tariffs and farmers is this one right here. This is all I can think of. One of the few people that actually does anything that I like on Reason TV, all right, is fucking Remy's remixes.
Bananas, ooh, na, na. Let's put some tariffs on bananas, ooh, na, na. They should be grown in East Atlanta, na na na. Or maybe even Alabama. Take jobs back from Havana. Bananas, ooh, nah, Havana is killing us on trade, I fear. Now that seems over. Look, they have jobs we no longer have here. And now
This is a fucking Trump prophecy from 6 years ago. I swear to God.
we sell iPhones. Why can't we grow bananas ourselves? They taste worse than cost. Don't be so stubborn, try one yourself. They need more water. Just grab and peel it like ooh. The texture is intriguing. Internally, I'm bleeding. Got me feeling like ooh.
This is all I can think of when Trump is talking about, like, the farmers. They're going to have a little bit of an adjustment. Tariffs are going to save the farmers.
We're gonna make a killing. I have to go. Oh, na 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 na.
You're still on fucking Windows Vista? I don't believe you. That's wild.
Bananas, ooh, na na. We'll put some tariffs on bananas, ooh, na na. They'll soon be grown in East Atlanta, na na na. Does he ever talk? Or maybe even in Savannah, where brilliant central planners. Bananas, ooh, na na. Jeffrey just graduated fresh on campus, man. Fresh out East Atlanta with no manners, man. Pump, 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 pump. You'd have to pump in heat and water, dude. You need it hot, hot, hotter than Demi Lovato spoon. Too soon. Trading on me. Shorty trading on me. Get you trading on me. Put that bacon on me. Put that maple on me. It's a corn on me. But that trade deficit, I can't apply. We got a trade deficit with Santa Claus. Free trades like a magic wand. Turns what you make best into what you want. Bananas, ooh, na na. We've gone absolutely bananas, ooh, na na. So listen to these central planners, na na na. Tell us how we should grow bananas, how we should trade bananas. Horns! Woo!
All right, so there you go. There's your there's all you need to know about why tariffs are fucking stupid. That Demi Lovato fucking spoon thing is hilarious, by the way. You're browsing the internet on your Dreamcast, you're not using the screen on the TV either, right? You're using the screen on your remote control from the Sega Dreamcast.
Purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our
Trump did not just say that our farmers are going to have a field day. Oh, fuck, man. That's funny.
Farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you, too. I love you, too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama. Jeff Denard has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years.
55, around 55%. I just looked it up, right? Other studies show 52.9% of the steel in the world is produced in China. Like, that's like so fucking stupid. You want to see home prices go up? Fucking make it more expensive to build homes by putting tariffs on steel. Like, you think home prices are bad now? How about we just start fucking putting tariffs on wood and steel and all these other things, like imported construction materials? Like, what are you doing? This is so dumb. Like, yay, like you said, yay, higher construction costs. Yay, it's going to be more expensive to build homes, so you're going to have less homes being built. And the homes are going to be more expensive to produce, which means less available housing and the home prices skyrocketing. We already have massive asset inflation. Get ready to fucking, I hope you guys have a long lease, because when your lease ends, those fucking, your rent is going to go up because the housing market is going to be even worse.
Years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local.
I will say this, though. We do import a lot of bad steel. like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, there is a lot of, like, American steel has always been way fucking better, even though there's not a lot of it. And even South American steel is a lot better.
volunteer fire department, raised 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provided a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff.
Hey man, fucking steel is, you know, like we're gonna import all these tariffs and we're gonna destroy the housing market even worse than it already is, and we're gonna make the cost of everything go up. But hey, check out this steel worker that has an orphan, that has a big foster family. Yay! Applause.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich.
Oh, it's fucking. Oh, okay. It's, hey guys, tariffs. You fucking don't listen about. Don't think about the economics. It's about the soul of our country. Just add some fucking mysticism to your argument, and all of a sudden, all the detractors just go away.
Again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not okay with the quote-unquote little disturbance. Well, prices will have to readjust, and then, you know, things will get more expensive, but that's okay because tariffs are great. They're good for the soul of America.
And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She worked so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded.
Look, I know I'm a fat fuck, but like I would be so tired if I had to get up every fucking 20 seconds and fucking stand up and clap and be like, yay, sit back down. Yay, sit back down. Yay, like fucking, like it's so excessive.
Incredible results helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher, and Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act.
Okay, so we have a fucking welfare recipient that Republicans are all going to clap and cheer for because it was the right kind of welfare. And then we have someone that wants to attack fucking IP because someone fucking did a deep fake of them. Yay! More loss of freedom and socialism. Everybody clap.
And this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you.
Yay, we're gonna censor free speech, and we're gonna fucking make it to where people own their likeness and image. That won't have any unintended consequences. That won't further create power for the few regulated social media web sites. That won't make it nigh impossible for competition against Twitter and YouTube and Facebook and Instagram. Like that won't maintain power for, you know, people that are already censoring speech and give them protections that nobody else has. Yay! And it's still not going to fucking get rid of it. Yay!
But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. because of Joe Biden.
This is such a dumb fucking argument about immigration, and this is coming from someone that is hopping on borders, right? Like, I want to transition our border. Like, I'm not a fucking open borders libertarian. I want to transition to an invitee system. Like, I want to transition, like, until we can get rid of the state and we can get rid of all of these welfare, which would include like almost every form of government that exists, right? Until we can get to like a minarchist state. Like, I want to get rid of all of this. I'm not an open borders libertarian, but the argument that like many of them are these bad people, it's like, okay, but if you just start tracking people and then you get rid of the bad people, then what about the people that aren't bad? Like, it's not in like the argument of well, this category of people contains gang members, contains murderers, rapists, etc. is like, yeah, then get rid of the gang members and the terrorists and the sex traffickers and those people. Like, if you have evidence that those people did those things and they're criminals in that regard, then like, I don't think anybody is going to, like, I don't even think most of the left is going to argue against you. Like, yeah, you might get like some weird hyper woke fucking online Twitter account that like gets mad, but like, nobody, Democrat, Republican, like nobody is mad about you getting rid of like Tren de Agua in a fucking I actually, there are plenty of them that'll pretend like that problem isn't real. But the argument that oh, because this group contains because some portion of that group contains bad people, then we ought to get rid of that entire group is just dumb.
Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies. They are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast.
Like, this is just inhumane. I'm sorry, it is. Like, you can be fucking mad at me, like the right can be mad at me all they want, but like getting rid of fucking like people that fled socialism, that like got out of some fucked up country. And, like, I agree that they shouldn't be given incentives. They shouldn't be given welfare. I agree that like there are laws on the books that make it impossible to discriminate against them. And all of these programs amount to taxation on American citizens towards forced integration of people that they might not want in their community. But the answer to this is not to celebrate getting rid of like normal ass people that fled some fucked up country and came here and have been living here. That's not a solution. That's just fucking, it's just like, I'm trying to think of it. It's like you said kind of earlier, right? Like, it's pathos. It's just appealing to people being like, yeah, the immigrants are the problem. It's like, no, the government's the problem. Welfare is the problem. It's, all the, like, and he's also tackling some of those, and that's good, right? But it's public education is a problem. It's, the state building our roads is a problem. It's all of these forms of welfare that exist, combined with the inability of Americans having a right to discriminate against these people, right? You ought to be able to say, no Mexicans are allowed to fucking, in my apartment building because fuck you. I don't like Mexicans. Whatever it may be, like if you ought to have that right, or you ought to say that this community is a community of like-minded individuals and we don't want this immigrant population here. But the inability of Americans to have the right to discriminate in business practices, in hiring, in housing, etc., and then all the taxation that brings those people in, that's the fucking problem. Going after fucking like maids and fruit pickers and shit as if like they're the problem because some portion of them are fucking gangsters. It's like, well, some portion of fucking blacks and whites in America that were born here are gangsters. How are they like, does that mean we need to get rid of all black people? Do we need to get rid of all white people? Do we need to get rid of all groups of people? Like, this is just, it's celebration and foisting all of our modern problems onto a demographic. And like, I hate to sound like a lefty, but it's just racist, dumb shit. It's just very low IQ thinking on a very complicated issue.
And I want to thank Tom Homan.
Yeah, but it's harder to enforce. But like all of those things that I'm talking about, that forced integration is why it's harder to enforce laws on the group of people. So the answer isn't getting rid of this. Hey, what's up, Stacy? Whenever you get to me, you'll get to me.
And Christy, I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, well, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to.
Trump is making me so goddamn left wing right now. Like fuck these law enforcement. I don't. Why this special fucking like care for a group of oath breakers, people that consistently violate our rights, and these are like some special class of heroes. It's like, no, they do a shitty job. Somebody needs to do the job, and the institution that we have for maintaining order is horrendous.
Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien.
Yeah, I mean, the story behind Laken Riley is a perfect example of like just how fucking horrendous our system is. Like, I'm all for cleaning that up. You know what I mean? Like the concept that this guy was given like a court date 2 years later and then went to fucking New York, and then his brother was a gang member. He was a known gang member, that they committed additional crimes and then they got let go after committing like, additional property and violent crimes. And then he murdered somebody is just fucking insane and wild, and shows how broken our immigration system is. But that doesn't mean we got to get rid of fucking Consuela that's been here for 20 fucking years and has kids here that are American citizens. Like, that's crazy. Like, do we not recognize that that's crazy? That like Consuela's not the fucking problem. That these like sweeping fucking get rid of all of them, yeah, is like just fucking is just horrible. Like, what the fuck did Consuela ever do to you? Oh, she came here. Well, the government was giving her free shit to come here. Fucking stop that.
Member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border, and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren.
I mean, I don't know if she's an angel. Like, she could have been a bitch. I don't know. But she seemed like a nice person. Jesus Christ, she's an angel now. Oh, fuck.
Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
Yeah, I mean, that's just fucking obvious. Like, if policing is gonna be done by the state, then people come over that are like gang members and shit, then like, fuck their court date. Like, just bye. You know, you're not our problem.
It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
That is, look, I know this is fucked up, and I know this person's dead, and I know it's a tragedy, but like, Laken Hope Riley is such a white name.
Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, part of that is fear that you're going to get caught, but like most of that is just getting rid of all these fucking programs. Like, if you just get rid of these fucking programs, you're not going to have massive border crossings anyways. I mean, like, you're still going to have a better life that's funded by other taxpayers, right? You know, and like that's still a problem of the state. But like, yeah.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed.
Well, we knew that that wasn't true because Biden started fucking doing it at the end of his administration when he was like, when the Harris was almost certainly going to lose the election because of immigration.
Was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America.
Springfield, Ohio was already dying. Like, so I don't know, like, what percentage of that was the fucking Haitians they flew in or they bust them in, right? Like, but like, it was kind of already dying. Like, it had already had a massive loss in population, like the Midwest, manufacturing, etc. But like, yeah, fair enough. Like, the forced integration and like massive government incentives stolen from taxpayers so that we can fund people coming in is a giant, big fucking problem. Fair enough. Like, I agree. Yeah. But that doesn't necessarily equate to like the solution that's being offered here. It's a dumb solution.
But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay from where Jocelyn lived in Houston.
Yeah, I don't know the details of this case, but like, were they aware that they were criminals? Because if so, that's something that we can fix. But if or were they just Venezuelans? Because if they're just Venezuelans, then like, this is a dumb argument and a whole bunch of like emotional manipulation of the American people by being like, look at this person that was a victim of immigration. It's like, they were a victim of a crime. And like, it's like, if we're going to use the idea that like, you know, like if these people were known gang members or known violent criminals, then yes, that's a victim of like immigration policy. But if they're just like people that came over, well then like blacks commit more crimes than whites. So like every time a black person kills somebody, should we be like, this is a failure of the American policy of allowing black people to exist? Like we should deport all the blacks? Okay, and when we get rid of all the blacks, who's next? Well, fucking Asians commit less crime, so like should we just fucking import all the Chinese? And should we get rid of all the whites? Like it's just weird. You like I'm trying to understand like the logic here.
You will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Trump has a wild signature, by the way. Like that is an intense ass signature.
Thank you very much. All three savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world.
Okay, there we go. Now we get to the important part. Members of a gang. They were known to be members of a gang. That's evidence of a broken immigration system. Okay? Like, lead with that, okay? Because if it's just, oh, they're Venezuelans, like, it just seems like emotional manipulation. No shit, Drail. You're like the crimes of the state outweigh any fucking demographic. Like, you want to find a demographic that has more criminals and worse offenders than any other demographic. It's fucking politicians.
Known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations.
I don't know how I feel about that. Like, Tren de Agua was evil. If designating them a fucking terrorist organization gives you access to additional resources to go after Tren de Agua, like, sure, fine, whatever. Like, I'd have to look into like what that means. Like it's just not something for me to like pick apart and be petty about. Like, cause like, fuck Tren de Agua. It's two criminal organizations fighting each other. And like, you know, Tren de Agua is horrible. Right. But like, they're not terrorists. Not really. I mean, they're evil. They're a criminal gang. But like, they're not doing shit for political, like, they're not attacking Christmas markets so that they can, like, you know, spread their political or religious ideology. Like, they're just horrible, evil people. Like, you don't necessarily need them to be like, sure. Like, I don't know. I'll let this one go. Like, it's just, I'm not invested in it. Like, sure. If that's what you need to do in order to unlock like certain parts of the FBI or something to get rid of Tren de Agua in like apartment buildings or something, like, all right, fine, whatever.
They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz.
That's not good for them.
Guy.
We found a Latino with a very Latino name to showcase that we're not racist. Like, okay, cool.
In January, Roberto.
Oh, okay. He's got a story he's going to tell. Okay. It's just, that's what it sounds like right now. It's like Latino dude with super Latino name, just so in case you think we hate Latinos. That's not what it is. We just hate the immigrants.
And another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande, near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them.
I don't know. Maybe Cartel Island is just a couple of pharmaceutical companies getting together to engage in price fixing for a period of time and then utilizing the state to make sure that it stays permanent. Is that not what it is? Oh, we're talking about drug cartels. Okay.
Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
Yeah, he straight up just got a BPD agent. That fucking with a super Latino name.
Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
Can we not go to war with Mexico? I'd appreciate that if we could just not start another fucking war. You know, like, could we please not go to war with Mexico? Because going to war with the cartels is essentially going to war with Mexico. Could we, can we just put our heads together and go, you know what, we don't need another war. Like, every one of these wars turns out to be super fucking expensive. Like, can we just not, like, you don't just because people are evil doesn't mean you need to fucking use the taxpayers' dollars to go kill the evil people. Like, you could just choose to not do that, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, Russia's evil, okay? Like they're using conscripts to invade Ukraine, but plenty of Americans understand that, like, they don't like what's happening under Zelensky, and they don't like, you know, U.S. aid involvement and CIA and the way we've become entangled with. They're perfectly understanding that, like, we don't need to go to war with Russia, right? Like, they get it. They're like, hey, my money doesn't need to go to fight some war overseas, like. But like plenty of Republicans understand that there. Can we understand that with the Mexican situation? Like, we can clean up our borders, and we can go after gang members that are here, and we can, you know what I mean? Like, we can develop better technologies and better ways of dealing with, you know, drugs, etc. We could totally stop the drug war, and we could fucking stop much of their funding. But could we just not go to war with the cartels of Mexico? Like, I'd appreciate that. I'd like that. Seems pretty fucking obvious. I don't know. I've been becoming more convinced by just stopping state aggression, all issues would solve themselves, especially amongst right anarchists, i.e. New Hampshire. These books are making me a radical, LOL. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of problems are exacerbated by the state, right? But, I mean, the thing is that evil people will find institutions and power to fuck over people, right? Like, they're still going to, like, anarcho-capitalism isn't some utopia where the evil people no longer exist, right? It's just an understanding that when you collectively get together and you justify a monopoly of institutions and a massive amount of power, and you justify taxation, that you create an incentive structure for evil people to utilize those systems to cause even more problems, and you make it to where there isn't competition in so many areas, which makes it just exacerbates those situations. So, like, I understand it's probably not what you meant literally, and I appreciate your comment, and obviously I appreciate super chats, but, like, it's not like if we get rid of all these states that, like, evil's not going to exist. Like, warlords are going to pop up. People are going to attempt to recreate states. And even in institutions where there are no states, people are going to engage in fraud. People are going to engage in fucked up behaviors. But the difference is that, like, those things come at economic costs. Those things are not incentivized. But under a state, that behavior is incentivized. So if you have a system that incentivizes fraud and incentivizes, you know, anti-competition and incentivizes or at very least justifies large-scale massive war, then you're going to get more of it. So, like, I agree that, like, as an anarchist, right, as a right-wing anarchist myself, I obviously agree with the idea that we're going to have less. But you can't eradicate evil. You can't eradicate any of those things. Trade-offs, not solutions. Yeah, I mean, to quote Elon Musk. Boy, think, Fabian, if every country was part of the U.S., we'd have open borders. Well, no, we wouldn't, because we wouldn't have borders anymore. It would just be the great American empire that take over the whole world.
5 nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy.
Yeah, the cartels are ironically more fucking capitalist than the Americans in the sense that they have competition. But it's, you know, they're coercive, right? But it's competitive. Like, yeah, a country that's run by the cartels utilizes their power and state power that they have because they can, kill off everybody that doesn't agree with them in elections to go after their competition and hand them to us. It's not really a big dub.
First time ever.
It's just consolidation of power so that they can fucking stroke your ego.
But we need Mexico and Canada to do
Sorry,
much
I missed
more than
it.
they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send...
Like, y'all realize that, like, fentanyl is not made in Mexico and it's not made in America. It's made in China, right? Like y'all realize China is the one producing all this fucking fentanyl and then selling it to Mexican cartels, right? Like, if you want to get serious about fentanyl, like, you don't like tariffing Mexico. Like, you're going after the wrong people here. Like, China is the one that sells fentanyl to cartels. Like, China produces fentanyl. Like, it's like the majority of the world's fentanyl production is in China, and then they sell it to cartels, knowing that it's going to destroy the U.S. Like, and have damaging effects on the U.S. economy. Like, you realize that, like, you're not even going after you're going after the symptom, not the disease, right? Like, the disease is our war on drugs and China intentionally funding, disarray in Mexico and America.
Send me this funding without
tariff fentanyl. I love that word, tariff.
Delay, so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics.
He's fucking pointed to Democrats. He's so fucking petty. I love him.
Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Fucking release Epstein files, motherfuckers. But that aside, the politicization of these systems was always fucking there. It was all has it gotten worse? Absolutely, but it's baked into the system. Like, when you have a monopoly system where the state is the final arbiter. Yes, there's like this concept of checks and balances. Sure, it's meant to reduce that to some degree. And there are worse systems for sure of justice, but it's baked into a system that has no competition. Inefficiencies are. But like, of all of, like, when you talk about law and order in this country, fucking SDNY going after Trump is not like a breakdown of law and order in this country, right? It's just him as a unique figure, as a populist, being attacked by the state, because he's a threat in many ways to the state, and in many ways he can be handled by powers that the state have. So I feel like these are two totally separate issues, in terms of like radical left-wing, especially prosecutors and taking, and attorney generals and things like that, taking over and not instituting law, order in the books. The refusal to prosecute is, again, only a problem because it is the state doing it, right? Like, in a competitive market of justice, if someone refuses to protect you and refuses to prosecute, refuses to protect your businesses, you just go with a different company. Right. So, I mean, this is a feature, not a bug, but, because the order, like, what is what do prosecutors and what do police do? Are they there to protect and serve? Well, there's been several, Supreme Court cases that have showcased that officers don't have a duty to protect, that's just a fucking slogan. So what are they actually there for? The order that they're there for is not keeping the streets clean or safe or protecting private property. The order that they're there for is keeping the state's interest as keeping the status quo of the state and keeping large corporations and businesses in power and pushing the agenda of the cathedral. And as the agenda of the cathedral has evolved, so has the criminal justice system. It has evolved to allow petty theft. It has evolved to a lesser degree of protecting private property rights. Like, so insofar that the state and police and prosecutions keep our streets safe, this concept of order, they only do so because of votes, because of elections. They only do so as throwing you breadcrumbs so that you believe that they're doing their job. And if you believe that they're doing your job, then you maintain this psychological justification for the state's existence and for these people. Like, they don't give a fuck about you. Some individual cops might care about their community or whatever, whilst they're fucking terrorizing it at the same time. But the system, the institution itself doesn't give a fuck about you. It gives a fuck about the wealthy elite and maintaining their power and the state's interests. And as those interests shift, if they shift away from maintaining, private property rights, then that's what it will do. Like, it's not there to institute law and order, and utilizing that same system to try and shift backwards in time to when the culture was more private property is a band-aid at best. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and Donald Trump is doing the 1 step back. Like, the problem is inherent to a policing and judicial system and legal system that is without competition and does not adhere to natural law, but instead adheres to a fucking document and only does so loosely and that is designed to give a conflict-inducing, which is our political institution of the state, a conflict-inducing system, a false justification based off of like the will of the people or the soul of America. Like, again, it's not a feature, it's a bug. It just so happens to be getting worse because this is the natural conclusion of additional socialism in a culture that is evolving in this way. Like, this is a natural progress of the state because the conflicts build upon themselves, the legislation builds upon itself, the need to maintain power as individuals gain more speech, more technological power, there's social media, as individuals, as the power differential between the wealthy elite and the people begin to change, it leads towards this. I mean, in a way, this is a Marxian interpretation, but it's like if you read Engels or you read Marx and they talk about historical materialism, it is kind of like they do a class analysis that's close to correct, but some of their axioms are wrong, and that's why they diverge in a radically wrong way and want horrible fucking things. But much of what they say is true, which is, this is what happened with the Black Plague. This is what happened when capitalists started to, be able to have wealth and power that the landed gentry didn't necessarily have. And it did cause crisis, and it did cause a new system that he calls, capitalism, but we wouldn't call capitalism to emerge. Like, this law, and we're going to reestablish law and order. It's fucking 1 step back in the right direction, and it's not possible to keep stepping backwards in the right direction. The swing of the powerful elite will come back, and it's just like this isn't solving anything. This is just using state power to try and reimpose a past prescription that led to where we are today.
Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you.
I'll believe you're going to do a great job when you give me the fucking Epstein files.
Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserved. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it.
Respect the cops that violate people's rights because they deserve it, because they do a hard job. And criminals don't respect the law, but they will respect the law. How are they going to respect the law? Because we're going to use more money and more influence to give cops more power to go. Where does that end? What is the natural conclusion of this? How much more power are we going to give them? How much more leeway for them to violate our rights are we going to give? How much more taxation is going to be used to, advance their weaponry and technology to utilize against us? Like, what do you mean by that?
This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And
just privatize fire departments. It's not as crazy as fucking policing. Like, just go back to private fire departments. It worked way fucking better than our current system.
Besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much.
Yeah, like, catch and release isn't just for immigrants. It's for fucking, like, in a lot of these lefty places, it's become a thing for just criminals. Like, yeah, I'm not on board with that. Like, like obviously I'm on board for an entirely radically different form of justice. But, like, the idea that the state, like, when the state, here's an important thing to recognize. Like, when the state releases criminals, it is a form of aggression. And the reason it's a form of aggression is because the state has denied you the right of kidnapping, executing, imprisoning criminals, right? Like if the state just releases every rapist tomorrow, but doesn't change anything else, then what they have denied you is private security. It doesn't have the right to lock up rapists and force them to pay restitution in some form for their victims. And so it is the state power that is being utilized against you to keep you from protecting yourself. That is the aggression, not the releasing of the criminal itself. Right? It's like this is such a problem with so many libertarians, and I see it with, like, the open borders types, is they're like, yeah, dude, just, like, we need a bill to, like, let all the immigrants in. It's like, that's a dumb fucking bill. And they're like, but it's a form of aggression. National borders shouldn't exist. It's like, yeah, the country shouldn't exist, but it does. So you can't just take this line item approach where you go, well, this is a form of aggression and we have a bill that is going to stop this aggression. You're anti-libertarian if you don't vote for this form of aggression. It's like, but the state is a web of shit that is tied to so many other forms of aggression that if you line item things and all other things remain equal, then you are necessitating other forms of increased aggression. So I'm not voting for a bill that says release all rapists tomorrow that doesn't change anything else other than releasing all rapists but I recognize they would, the same open borders people would say, well, that makes you non-libertarian because the state is using taxes to house these people and the state isn't justified in taking these people. It's like, no, these fucking criminals lost their right first and foremost when they committed that crime to any of these to not be violated against by the state. But then they're like, yeah, but the citizens that are being forced to pay taxes that are funding this, like, so you have to vote for this. It's like, no, dude, like the state still has a system that keeps me from protecting myself. So, like, I'm not going to support this concept of, like, releasing violent criminals back on the street unless it comes with a right granted back to people, which is the right to have security fucking murk people and it not be considered murder. Like if it's a rapist and they're coming into my fucking private property and it's a known violent rapist, I ought to be able to say, get off my property. And if they refuse, I ought to be able to fucking kill them right then and there because I know they're a rapist. I know that they're a threat to my property. But I'm not going to get that I'm not going to get that right back.
Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
Sure, that's popular. I'm not pro-death penalty from the state because I don't trust the state to get shit right, and they have no incentive. When they murder someone and they fail, all they do is go, oops, oh, here's a payment. They don't pay proper restitution, so this is a dumb fucking bill. And because of our current system and appeal system, it's more expensive to kill people than it is anyway. So it's just like, this doesn't do anything other than like symbolically make fucking Gen Xers and boomers that are part of the MAGA cult go, fuck yeah, fucking thin blue line. Like it's just not effective at doing anything. Like sometimes the cold hard reality is that like it might sound good, right? Like if you kill someone, if you murder someone, then obviously the family has the right of restitution to deny that, to take your life. But the state should not be trusted in this regard, especially when it comes to the emotional appeal of officers and things of that nature. Like I can just imagine officers violating people's rights and getting killed, and then those people being fucking like given the death penalty for what is totally a justified killing of a police officer.
I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
That's a bad dream, brother. The fervor of which Republicans are excited about some random fucking kid. I think this kid has like cancer and got bullied or something. But like the fervor of like, he wants to be a cop. Like, like they're so excited after an hour and 6 minutes of this fucking speech, to me is similarly ridiculous as the Democrats that can't shut the fuck up and stop booing random shit when the president's giving his speech. Like both of them are just like, what the fuck are you so excited about? It's just, I don't know. I can't tell if it's political theater or if they're just that, like, they truly have that mindset. The same man who had the police of the state raid his home is strengthening their protections. Right? Like fucking, I didn't even think of that, but like, right, like he has seen the abuse of authority of the justice system and police weaponized against them, and he's like, and if you do anything, you need to be, you need the death penalty. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you have seen the police being utilized by the state in an evil way, and like, you have faith in a justice system that gave you bullshit, literally trumped up charges. Like, why do you have faith in this institution that you know is corrupt by firsthand experience?
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
No, I don't want duty to protect. Like, duty to protect is bullshit. Like, at the end of the day, like, you as an individual, like, you should have the right, no matter what your fucking job is, to go, nope, not getting involved in that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like the concept of a duty to protect, where you can, you know, like, you still have bodily autonomy. You know what I mean? Like the duty to protect thing. I mean, it depends on how it would be in the contract. Like, if you don't protect someone, you lose your job and you lose your pension. I'm fine with that. But I don't want to make it like a criminal offense of some kind, to like not protect someone, right? Because at the end of the day, cops are people too. But in terms of, was it qualified immunity? Yeah, qualified immunity is just utter sack of shit the way it is. I mean, like, obviously, like, some levels of what originally was considered qualified immunity makes sense, but overwhelmingly qualified immunity has been stretched to essentially just give cops the right to do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to...
Well, yeah, like, I understand your arguments, right? Like, fuck these cops or whatever, but like, when I'm talking about the Fabian strategy of libertarianism, right? I want to push the state to act like a private property owner, to the best of its ability, you know, and to push libertarian philosophy at the same time. Like, that's my goal. Right. And so, like, I recognize that cops don't have fucking rights. I recognize that cops are agents of the state and are inherently aggressors, by their actions and by the institution they voluntarily, you know, go into. But what I'm saying is that if we were to have private policing, then there wouldn't be a duty to protect, right? That, like, you wouldn't make it a criminal offense. Now, under a contract theory, you could certainly have, like, if you fail to protect, like, as part of your contract that says, like, you owe this money, or like you forfeit your job, like you obviously forfeit your contract. And then furthermore, you can have a clause in said contract that says, like, you know, and you owe us said amount of money, et cetera, et cetera. Right. But what you couldn't do is say that it is a criminal offense, that it is against natural law when you are a human being that is like, you know, agreed to protect a place. And then let's say you're a cop and, like, the woman's getting mugged and, like, people have, like, you know, there's like 6 criminals and you're by yourself and they have, like, body armor and shit. Right. Like, it would be unethical, it'd be a violation of the non-aggression principle for that private police officer to be held criminally liable because he didn't, you know, 1v6 like a Call of Duty game, you know, fucking a group of people that outarm him. Right? Like that's what I mean. And so I don't want to institute that in our policing system because that's not how a private system would work either. But I am perfectly fine with instituting much like a private system would work, where you lose your job, you lose your pension, and you might even have some level of, like, penalty clause in your contract that you know about going in ahead of time. I just don't want there to be, like, criminal charges against a police officer that sees a situation and goes, that's too dangerous for me in this moment. I don't want to risk my life, right? Like, you still have that bodily autonomy. But I understand that cops don't really have that right, but I'm not interested in creating a system to try and break the system. I'm interested in trying to create systems that are more efficient and systems that are closer to libertarianism, slowly but surely, so that we can get to libertarianism. And if you disagree with that strategy, I totally understand. But I want you to recognize that it is a strategic belief that I hold, not a ethical position in terms of what is or isn't morally justified. What is morally justified, the state's existence itself isn't morally justified. This one is from Mark. Thank you for never forgetting about Casey Anthony. I'm going to write that down because Mark's probably asleep. And yes, no Doge dividends. But yeah.
To make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Yeah, this is like just dumb fluff shit. I mean, it's like, it's not like it matters. So, you know what I mean? Like have at it. I'm sure this makes this boy happy. Like in the grand scheme of things, I don't really care, but like, I don't know, like maybe I'm cynical, but like, I'm just, you know, Trump said a lot of things that make me pissed off tonight. And I'm just not that emotionally invested in his fucking ability to make himself seem awesome and seem like a good person. You might be right, especially after what happened to Obama, right? Like his Secret Service didn't stop someone from running around the White House. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like this is personally feel like, yeah, you're not wrong in that.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top.
Yo, did he fucking utilize that to transition into Make America Healthy Again fucking portion of his speech? Because if that's the case, that's fucking genius. Like whoever his speechwriter is, however they did that, that's, I mean, like, I'm not saying that that's, you know, fucking morally good, but in terms of strategy, that's smart.
Priorities for our new presidential commission to Make America Healthy Again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
That is a masterclass there in emotional appeals and rhetoric. Like that is so fucking smart to like gas up this boy and then like make you feel like bad about his condition and then transition into Make America. That's I'm not gonna lie, that's a smart fucking move.
With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our
Goddamn, he's so petty. Oh, fuck. I love it sometimes.
Environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong, 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good.
Yeah, I mean, something like it seems like it's almost certainly something to do with aged male sperm, right? Like, I don't know if it's microplastics. I don't know if it's food that we're eating, but there's something that has, like the strongest correlational data that we have is aged male sperm. Now, aged male sperm didn't used to fucking cause autism at these rates, right? So whatever it is, it's something that is occurring in men. ADHD as well. I mean, obviously there's overdiagnosis. Obviously there's, just people that were never known to be autistic, but now we know more about it, right? Like, so some of that is just a natural tendency of like understanding and mental health awareness and things like that. But the strongest correlation is aged male sperm. I mean, it might be seed oils. It might be, you know what I mean? Like it might be seed oils. It might be microplastics. It might be, yellow dive 5. I mean, like it can be any number of things that have been introduced in the diet or in the environment of the American and Western population. And it's hard to know. For all I know, the people that were talking about the cancer rates with cell phones in your pockets were right. I don't know what it is, right? I just know what the correlational data suggests. As someone that has researched autism to a pretty extreme degree, considering that, I went to grad school to be a counselor and my son is nonverbal autistic. Like that seems to be where the data is. Now, maybe it's some preservative in a specific vaccine and the anti-vaxxers are right about autism and vaccines, though there doesn't seem to be any good correlational data to suggest that when you control for all variables. Even the new data that they come out with, they're like, see, it proves it. And it's like, no, it fucking doesn't. Like there is, the best correlation that we have is aged male sperm. And so we need to figure out why is that happening, because aged male sperm back in the day didn't have autism rates at this degree. And so is it a combination of factors? Like, who knows? We definitely need to research it. I don't think the government is the one to like if I was in Robert F. Kennedy's situation, I wouldn't start banning things that are bad, and I certainly wouldn't start utilizing tax-paying money to fund, university and studies into this regard. What I would do is I would get rid of money towards university studies, because we're giving grants specifically to corporations and pharmaceutical companies that have a vested interest in not finding the truth. So let's get rid of that, so that, where this can, so that we can free up the market and people have more money. And if more people want to donate to organizations like Autism Speaks or something like that, they can. And then the second thing I would do is I would much, much, much more aggressively deregulate and institute criminal justice reform in being able to sue companies for fraud. Like, to me, let's look at yellow dye number 5, or let's look at seed oils, right? Like when they say like, oh, it's palm oil. Well, it's like, well, where's palm oil coming from? Well, what is it? It's like, it's not oil from a palm tree. It's not, there's no palm plant that's producing oil and we're just squeezing it out and then we're putting palm oil in something, right? Like it is a manufacture. Like, to me, it is named in such a way to be deceptively fraudulent, right? Like I would institute regulation that says, like, if you don't want to be subject or liable to fraud, then you need to name things what the fuck they are. So you're not calling it palm oil. You need to call it what it is, which is like a fucking engine degreaser that goes through, hydrogenization, that goes through, like, has all of these chemicals subjected to it, and then supposedly most of the chemicals get pulled out. So there are these other trace elements and chemicals that are there that don't come from the fucking palm plant. So there's other shit. Yeah, rapeseed oil originally came from beavers' assholes. I'm not lying, right? Rapeseed oil originally predominantly came from inside of beaver assholes. And then they started using like grapeseed plants and things of that nature. But again, the process leaves other trace elements and other things in it that aren't in the name itself. So, you know what I mean? Like make it to where the back of the package says, it contains trace elements of like engine degreaser and like chemicals that are known to be harmful to human beings. Okay, well then all of a sudden maybe people and then let people decide whether or not they want to, they can. But as it stands right now, there's all the, like natural flavors. I'm sorry, but natural flavors also includes like bugs that are crushed up for like certain dyes. Like if you put on the back of it like crushed up beetles and chitinous, beetle shells, like a lot of people aren't going to want to buy that. But when you put natural flavors, it's like, oh, it's got this, oh, it's natural, it's good. It's designed to lie about what the ingredients are. So either you don't put ingredients on it, and then I go, okay, well, I don't know what this is, so I'm not going to buy it. Or you do put the ingredients on it, and it better not be fraudulent. It better not be like this thing that you have to do this massive amount of research so you can know what's in your fucking food. Right? So that's how I would take care of this problem, is I would allow people to sue for the fraud that is placed within these companies, so that, yeah, we're not banning. Because like, here's the thing. Let's say we get rid of high fructose corn syrup. Let's say we make, a law that says no more high fructose corn syrup. Or we say like, products can't have more than 4% high fructose corn syrup, whatever it is, right? Well, okay, well, there's plenty of plants that produce sugar. So maybe they just fucking make high fructose soy syrup. When you start making products illegal, corporations and companies just shift over to a new fucking thing. And then what ends up happening is the cure might be worse than the disease, right? Like we might end up with a new product that's even worse than high fructose corn syrup, right? So education on what you should and shouldn't be eating is something that is important and we have to deal with as a culture. But I think that when you have deceptively, labeled products, then we need to be able to call those things out in form of fraud for what they are. I'm of the opinion Cthulhu is responsible for the fall of fertility and increase of mental health issues. All right. I mean, maybe Cthulhu did it. I don't know. I don't think so.
It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, this shit that the Democrats have fucking allied themselves, like this connection to queer theory bullshit that they've done is just, I mean, it's the logical conclusion of like critical theory, right? Is to just keep going further and further, and you know what I mean, as it becomes more and more difficult, you know, to substantiate the claim of like all of these different things, getting away from class analysis and getting into like all of these other forms of analysis. It's just the natural progression of critical theory. And so like I have so much content and so many debates and so many things about this that I don't want to get into like a large thing about it. But, you know, like this is such a losing thing for the Democrats at this point. Like the culture war is swinging back. And like at this point, I'm more worried about Republicans and what they do against people, you know, adults and their right to get hormone replacement therapy and do whatever it is that they want. I'm almost more worried about that than I am the Democrats' obsession with queer theory and like the attack on children. Like I agree that the attack on children is evil. I agree that we have to, you know, stop pushing queer theory in schools. I agree that like, sex education that has been dominated by leftists that are pushing in things that are not developmentally appropriate on children is horrible. I agree that like school systems hiding things from the parents is fucking terrible. Like I'm not saying I'm pro this, but what I'm saying is that like this shit's probably going away. It's such a galvanizing issue for the right. It's such an easy culture win for the right. And at this point, I'm kind of more concerned about trans people's rights at this point. I know it's crazy. As many trans people as I've debated, as much as I'm still going to speak truth and talk about like my belief in gender theory and like my belief in why queer theory is such a horrible and destructive lie. And I totally don't think that for the overwhelming majority of people, I don't think transition is helpful for them in any way, shape, or form. I care about people's rights, and like I see the pendulum swinging, and like I'm almost, I don't want to say I am, but I'm almost more concerned about like the sweeping right-wing reaction to this than the thing itself. Our government is populated by seals. Oh, the clapping seals, dude! It's so wild, Stacy. It's funny. It's funny knowing that you're so far behind.
Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages.
That's just like, that's an impossibility to legislate. Like you can get rid of DEI initiatives until they change name. Like, and you can kind of do it in the government, but like in schools, like the idea that you're going to get rid of queer theory that is instantiated in like so many teachers in our school system. Like, yeah, you might be able to get rid of like explicit programs, but you're just not going to get rid of like the cultural push within schools. And like, And I fear that the problem is going to continue. And so you're going to see the right become more and more aggressive to stop this. And like what that looks like in the future, it can be rough. But like, it's like the right is just so behind on the philosophy that they have no idea what they're fighting. They don't understand that this is a philosophical war. And they kind of get it by like but the only response that they get to the philosophical war is this idea that there are only two genders, which is like just a misunderstanding of a concept of gender. Like you don't believe in gender theory. Okay, got it. You're a sex realist or whatever. But like that philosophy has weaknesses that are stupid, which is why gender theory came to fruition and was made in the first place. Like, again, it's this 2 steps forward, 1 step back thing. Like they're just hoping to turn the clock back without realizing that their own philosophical inadequacies is what caused this fucking problem and the subversion to begin with because of their own weaknesses.
Ages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie.
Yeah, I mean the concept that a child is trapped in the wrong body is horrible, right? Like the idea that like so many parents are kind of like bullied by the ACA and the AMA and their doctors and their counselors and everything to be like, oh, you can either have a dead daughter or you can have a living son, and like there's so much rhetoric and lies and bullshit that's pushed. But I see like you've fucked with kids, and once you really start fucking with kids, you activate the sleeping giant of the right. And like I welcome the destruction of much of that stuff. I just feel like we're gonna get a bull in the china shop situation. Like there's a bill in fucking Texas to like get rid of hormone replacement therapy for transgender people. Like I see a problem that's going to create even more problems coming around the horizon. And what we should have instead is a philosophical understanding of the situation.
And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
God didn't make me, and he certainly didn't make me perfect. That's just a silly fucking appeal to emotion.
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone.
Wokeness is a fucking philosophy. Like you can get rid of initiatives and programs, and you can control it and stymie it to some degree within the state apparatus. But you can't eradicate wokeness with policy positions. Like it's just not possible, because wokeness is a philosophical thing that is infected in 2 generations, millennials and especially Gen Z. Like some portions of Gen Z are fighting back, especially young males. Right, but like you can't eradicate a philosophy from institutions by like creating policies. You could never do that.
Gone. It's gone, and we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations.
You want to get rid of wokeness in the military? Don't fucking make a transgender ban, though. That's fine that you did that because they're military, and I don't want to fucking pay for that anyways. But if you really want to like get serious about it, you need to cut fucking the military by like half. And I don't necessarily mean the military budget. I mean the amount of like administrative bloat that exists in the military. Like you have like all of these like trainings and initiatives and things like that. Like they will continuously pop up, and it will be a game of whack-a-mole. What you have to do is you have to get rid of massive amounts of funding for like training, and like you need to get rid of like a lot of fucking jobs that are in the military that just don't need to be there. Like that's how you like you need to cut it back massively, because right now there's too many tendrils and it's too big to legislate like that. Yeah, but like the problem with the raising physical readiness standards, like I agree with you, but the problem is that the military is like like more than half of what makes up the military are like government contractors and civilian employees. Like the apparatus of the military is full of like GS5s, GS7s, GS11s, right? Like you have a massive apparatus of civilians that are like in the support network of the military. And so like you can't get rid of like they're inexorably tied together. So yeah, you can make the soldiers less woke by making them more physically fit to a certain degree, right? But you're not going to get rid of the training and the, like when they're stateside, all their day-to-day job interactions are going to be full of working with civilians.
And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people that have gotten back pay, from what I understand. People are getting back pay if they got kicked out from the COVID situation. That's very interesting. Like people can come back into the military with back pay, which is wild. So those numbers are kind of artificially inflated by people that got kicked out like 2 years ago and are coming back into the military.
And it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had.
We have a bunch of young men signing up to die in Israel's wars. Yay!
What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight.
Yeah, I was a much different person 15 years ago when I signed up for the military. Yes, correct.
By a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
I was about to say, I was like, Jason, don't join lower enlisted. Bro, that guy's a perfect fit for the military. I can just look at him and see. That is exactly the Iowa corn-fed boy that can go onto the front lines and get killed for some corporation that we need right there. Fuck yeah, brother. Fuck yeah. Lay down your life so that fucking Americans can continuously get more and more fucked over by the nation states wars. Let's go, buddy. You look like a perfect fucking cog for the death machine right there.
And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
Yeah, Trump is really doing a very good job of rhetoric. Like, this speech is wildly good. As much as I have a ton of fucking issues with it, like, you can't deny the effect of him as a speaker.
Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
Suits didn't look happy about it. I understand that they have to like put on a good face and like be stern military men, but it's just funny. Bunch of useless fucking generals.
And Ronald Reagan Wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too. Right, Tim? Right? They should.
Bro, how much is that going to fucking cost? How much is it going to cost to protect the entirety of the fucking U.S. from missile attacks? I mean, like, of all the things to fight against, like, you know, national defense that's actually defense is like lower on my list than fucking starting foreign wars and funding other people protecting themselves with my tax money. But like, how fucking expensive is that going to be? Like, why are we funding this?
Have it too, so I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding.
Dude, we just built our fucking 11th fucking aircraft carrier. Or how many aircraft carriers do we have now? Dude, just tell me how many. Oh my God. What? No, aircraft. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 11. 11 nuclear powered aircraft carriers. Like, what are you talking about? We already have too many fucking boats. Like, just stop starting shit with other countries. We don't need more. We don't need a more powerful navy. We already have the most powerful navy, like 3 times over of anybody else in the world. Like, what the fuck?
And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much. But we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security,
more tax dollars spent on systems that have already been proven to be less efficient in the marketplace. Yay.
Administration will be reclaiming.
Eggs are going to be $30 fucking dollars, boys.
The Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
Yeah, BlackRock just invested a bunch in Panama Canal. That's fucking wild.
Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it.
What? It was built for Americans by for Americans, but others can use it. Like, whoa, all right.
But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history.
Hey, bro, we can just build a new one, and this time we'll have more deaths because, you know, no tax on overtime.
If you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes, and I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco.
You fucking, I don't know about, whoa. Respected by everybody? Like, whoa, calm down there, buddy.
So he's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get...
Dude, if they fucking vote to be a part of us and, like, that isn't, like, a war-causing thing, like, I don't really give a fuck, like... But just please don't buy it. Please don't use my taxes to go buy some fucking, like, buy Greenland. Like, please, please. Pretty please, please.
Get it, but we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
Yeah, that was pretty bad, Biden. I'm not gonna lie, that was probably the worst withdrawal. I mean, like, it put Vietnam to shame.
Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
Goddamn, he is so good at ginning up people's emotions. That's the swift sword of American justice. Like, just announcing, yeah, we got him. We got it. Like, the way he transitions into each of these. Whoever his speechwriter was tonight, they did an amazing fucking job. Well, I guess last night, but yeah.
And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well.
It's a worse withdrawal than Elon with Ashley St. Clair. That's a wild statement.
Of them whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents.
Ooh, that was pretty harsh. When Putin saw what happened, he said, I guess this is our chance. Ooh. It might have been a low blow, but I mean, fuck it. Biden's a piece of shit, and he ruined this country in a lot of ways. Not to say that Trump's going to fucking save it, but, I'm here for the petty cat fight.
Parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line.
Dude, Mike Johnson does look Mormon. Fuck, you're not wrong. Like, Mike Johnson absolutely has a very Mormon look to him. That, like, sweet, like not overweight, right? Because there's not a lot of, like, Mormons tend to be pretty healthy. It's where one of the blue spheres is in Utah, right? Like, the put together glasses, the very clean cut hair, even the suit that's, the suit that isn't worn like, in a sexy way, but in in a very like unassuming way. Like the suit, like kind of isn't super masculine. Like you're so like, yeah, like everything about him absolutely reeks Mormon in terms of just like stylistic. Like that is such a good call. Cause I talked earlier about like, both their suits are kind of fucked up. Like, and I can't tell if it's his posture, you know what I mean? Or if it's like the cut of his suit. And it looks like Vance maybe gained like a couple of pounds and his suit isn't like quite right. But it might just be that Vance is very broad shouldered and very like, he's pushing his, he's arching his back correctly and has good posture. And Mike Johnson is kind of like, slouched over. And that's what's causing his coat to constantly be open and his to be constantly closed. But it looks like there's a little too much room in the waist. But yeah, like you're not fucking wrong. Leave it to the female to give a better description.
And they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords.
It's like, Jews, stand up, unite.
And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People haven't been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needed.
Yeah, wasn't that crazy how like all of the left was like, how fucking dare the president, blah, blah, blah. And like fucking Zelensky bitched out so quick. Like Zelensky was like, I'm sorry. Like, thank you, America. Thank you, everybody. I'm sending that stuff over. Like Zelensky got punked pretty fun. Like they love to try and blow out of proportion with like bad edited clips about how Vance was a terrible person and like retell that story and everything. But like Zelensky got put in his, like it worked. I'm sorry, but it did.
Needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything.
I missed the spot when I was trimming my beard. There's like a little patch here that's longer, and it's really bothering me right now. My ADHD cannot handle it. I'm sorry.
With no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Oh, God damn.
2,000 people are being killed every single week.
She's fun. That's fucking brutal.
More than that, they're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine. By far, think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have a
yeah, those numbers are a little off, but fair enough.
Ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
it's crazy to watch. Look, dude, you can disagree with Trump on like this issue, but it's fucking and I still think you're a piece of shit in that regard. But the idea to just watch the Democrats just not a single one clap or stand. I think that guy might be clapping while the rest of them aren't, right? Just for the concept of coming to a peace deal. Because like, no, I don't get my piggy bank and I don't get my money and I don't get my USAID fucking money laundering to my big McMansion. Meh. It's just like, you do not hate these people enough. And I mean this about the Republicans too. Don't get it fucking twisted. All of these politicians. But you do not hate these people enough when they are just sitting there seething in contempt about the concept of stopping the bloodshed because some patch of land that, has some resources might end up in the wrong hands in terms of like what border gets drawn, or that there isn't enough justice against, killing Putin and killing people. Like the desire for a bunch of fucking people that wouldn't put boots on themselves to just keep funding through our taxes death and destruction. Like I look at some of the drone footage from Ukraine. Like whatever your fucking political opinion is, but just look at like Ukraine put out drone footage as with like music behind it, edited, of like a Russian soldier who may or may not be a conscript, I don't know, who's wounded and just wants to live, that is praying that they don't kill him. And they let him grab out a cigarette right before they drop a grenade on him and kill him. Because UN fucking treaties on, UN, sorry, it's been a long night. But like, human rights and rules of combat and rules of warfare don't fucking apply, to surrender to drones, because drones aren't people. So we can just have wounded people there in combat praying, please don't kill me, with their weapons down. And we just drop grenades on them. And then we make a little propaganda video and go, aren't we the good guys? Like, it's war, dude. There are no fucking good guys in war. Like when nation states go to war, everybody has blood on their hands. And the idea that these people just seethe in contempt at the possibility of being able to sign a peace treaty. And I recognize you can have misgivings about what resources get divvied up and things of that nature, and feel that it's fucked up that some people don't get justice. But the desire, the idea that you are in contempt of a concept of the war machine not continuing to churn, paid with the lives of Russian conscripts and Ukrainian conscripts now, and American taxpaying dollars, is just out of this. Like it's a level of evil that is hard to contemplate. I think this economy stays as is or better. Doubt it. I don't see Dems getting elected again. If they do get elected, I think it's a sign America is going to collapse in 10 to 15 years. I mean, yeah, it's hard. I don't like long-term predictions. It's just too fucking difficult to do. But like, I don't trust the Republicans to usher in a fucking golden age. That's for damn sure. I'll leave it at that.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Yeah, Thomas Massey's about the only one I trust, and Thomas Massey's probably gonna not remain in his position much longer, because MAGA hates Thomas Massey.
It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end the senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
It's wild that we gave Russia the merchant of death and all we got is Brittany Griner, and I'll just leave it at that. Like, I mean, you know, this is emotional bullshit. Like, in the grand scheme, I don't know how big of a deal it is or what it signals, but like his ability to fucking just be petty, shit on the Democrats, and push forward he's like, this speech is honestly at like Obama levels of like rhetoric and like giving people hope. I'm not saying that like I agree with his policies. Most of them tonight I've actually disagreed with, and I've had substantive disagreements on a majority of them. But fuck, is this a well done speech?
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally.
Subway eat fresh? Nah, fuck Subway, brother. Subway's bread is full of so much bullshit and has such a high sugar count that in Ireland they were sued and had to legally reference it as cake because it doesn't count as bread as far as like their governing body, like, you know, their version of the FDA. Like this shit's terrible for you.
That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right
there you go. I went back
before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gun...
God damn it. I'd like, this is a very serious moment, and then I read in chat that someone made a petition to draft Short Fat Otaku to Ukraine. And that's fucking hilarious. He's fucking Canadian, but that's still funny.
Devoted father. Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard.
Okay. I know this is a serious moment, but I'm just going to say something, okay? Can you imagine trying to date one of these people now? Any one of these women, like, their standard for a man is so fucking high. Like, you know what I mean? Like, their dad died protecting them and covering them from an assassin's sniper fire. Like, you will always be a bitch. Like, you will never be that level of protector for these girls. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there. I know it's fucked up. I know that they're going through it, you know, in this moment. You know, all their eyes are closed. They're thinking about their dad. These girls are undateable, is all I'm saying.
With his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you.
That's rough. That middle girl might have voted for Kamala. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. She looks like she voted for Kamala. That's all I'm saying.
To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on.
like this one's like, Trump, I appreciate it, right? And the mom is like, Trump is my savior. You know, Christ made sure that the bullet didn't hit Trump. And this one is like, this one definitely voted for Kamala. That's all. She voted for Kamala, and she does not like being here, but she can't tell the other family members that she hates this motherfucker. Like, look at their body movements and their facial
right
movements.
Now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from
like they're both nodding, like she's like yes fervently, like she's got a sly smile, like, you know, like she's just sitting there like, why am I fucking here?
From us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all.
Now her tattoo sleeve looks fine. It's good color work. I get it. Some people don't like tattoos. Whatever. I think it's good work, but she definitely looks fucking mad.
With a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you.
Yeah, or I'm just an asshole and I'm fucking 5 hours into the stream and I'm memeing and making jokes about people whose dad got assassinated, and really she's just thinking about how much she misses her fucking dad. I don't fucking know what she's actually thinking, guys. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, she was there. She probably did vote for fucking Trump, right? She probably is happy to be there, but she's probably just remembering her fucking dead dad and is a little bit upset right now. But you know, the nose ring and the tattoos and the look and, you know, the fucking mean mugging and shit, you know, is kind of fucking funny. And if you don't like to laugh at that, then I don't know, you're probably in the wrong stream.
Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord, to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom.
I feel like Gettysburg might not belong in that list, but okay.
And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved.
Oh shit, this is where he starts getting tired. He says, "They'll always be free, and we will fight for it." You can hear it, like you can hear him being like, "Ooh."
An independent nation.
I'm starting to get tired.
Always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time.
Bro, sounds like a fucking Ayn Rand speech. God damn.
To take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher.
Okay, not anymore. Not when you start mentioning God.
And we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond.
I love how they have these little placards to be like false, to just like shit on him the entire time. It's like, what are you saying false to? Like, we're not going to Mars. Fuck Mars. Like what? What are you objecting to here? Like, see these people holding up the signs that say false. It's like, what did you object to? Are you mad about Gettysburg? I was a little mad about that too. Like, what's the lie here? It's just like, I don't know. It's so crazy how the Democrats here just look like petulant children.
And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve.
Bro, how does Lauren Boebert have both toned and flabby underarms? How the fuck is that possible? Yeah, I get it. Fight, fight, fight. You know, Trump does great shit. But like, hold on. I'm putting this back on normal speed. I want you to look at her arms. She has toned as fuck arms. Like, she's in great shape. And yet also has flabby arms. Like the underarm jiggle. Like, what happened?
Country our people deserve.
Like, what? Like, how's old skin, I guess? Or maybe she lost a little weight. There was a moment, when I saw it again, I saw that there was a moment where, like, it was all where the muscles were engaged, and it wasn't like that. So it's actually not that bad. I'm just an asshole. I'm just a fucking misogynist, and I hate women or some shit. I don't know. She had, like, 20 kids, bro. Does she have a bunch of kids? Hold on. How many kids does she have? Just 4. You know, like, it's fucking, relax.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
So, in terms of rhetoric, A+. It was an insanely well-written speech. The transitions were amazing. The transitions were so good, I almost thought a stand-up comedian helped write it. In terms of policy prescriptions and bullshit, like, you know, A+ too, in terms of bullshit, F on policy prescription. A lot of bad shit in there, a lot of fucking fluff I didn't care about. I actually left this less confident in Trump and more aggravated by the, especially, you know, black, white. It's just a fucking AI generated thing. Yeah, but yeah. So I give him a C+, which is better than I would give most politicians, to be fair. I don't know if it's a fetish so much. It's just something I was toying around with. I should be free Saturday if you want to DM me. I should be free Saturday. And it looks like I'm probably going to be doing a Sunday show as well. But I don't want to say anything until I confirm it. All right, boys. I need to get a snack. I need to decompress. Tomorrow is the last day that I'm picking up my son from therapy and stuff. So after this week, I have a lot more time on my hands. So we will see what that translates into. We will see. I'm trying to get someone to confirm for a show tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. But if you want to be aware of when I'm going live, click that notification bell, like, share, subscribe. But the best way to do it is to be in the Discord, because that's where I always put out notifications, and you always get them if you're in the Discord. And you can be a part of the community. Follow me on Twitter. And again, if you want to donate to the stream, there's a donation link directly through Streamlabs, but YouTube is great too. Memberships are only $3.99, and I always answer super chats. I appreciate you guys, and again, stay tuned in the Discord to see whether or not I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, because I have like a tentative, but I haven't got a confirmation, and I have the same thing for Sunday as well. And both of those would be great programs, but we will see when they occur type situation. I love you guys. I appreciate you, and that was a lot. That was a lot to get through. Oh, and yeah, and hopefully soon I'll be able to get new glasses. They should be here available sometime between the 10th and the 13th. Hopefully before that, so I can get updated prescription and whatnot. Because not being able to wear contacts and wearing this old ass prescription with scratches on them under studio lights and the glare has been awful. I have a terrible headache now, but I definitely wanted to make sure I got through the whole speech. So it is what it is. Get some Harry Potter specs. I got some thin ones with anti-glare and blue light with an updated prescription, because the eye doctor told me that my right eye is getting so bad with my disease that I'm not allowed to wear contacts anymore, or I'm going to end up like blind in 10 or 15 years in my right eye. So yeah, that was a fun day. But yeah, I will see you guys around. Make sure you join the Discord if you always want to be up to date, but if not, I totally understand that. Click that notification bell. Fabian's a dummy. Hey, I'll see you guys soon though, for sure. Peace.